The 56th session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Chair would like to call on Senator Alan Peter S. Cayetano to lead the chamber in prayer. You may proceed, sir.
May I request everyone to bow our heads and let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord, of our Lord and God. Lord Father, many times in your word you said, knock and the door shall open. Seek and we will find. In this last day of session of the 19th Congress, we just ask for your mercy, grace, forgiveness. We are your servants. We also fail. Sometimes we succeed. We pray for the next Congress that they will succeed where we failed. We pray that we learn from our failures. But we pray, Lord, for the 12 who will not be with us, continue to use them in mighty ways in the different areas you're putting them. Lord, we pray that you will teach us how to act as one nation, even if we are divided because of politics. Help us to find common ground. Help us to know what is important and what is urgent. You told us to first seek your kingdom and your righteousness. So as we seek to build your nation, please use everyone here, our staff, people who we consult with, the other chamber, the House of Representatives, the leaders of the Supreme Court, the leader of our country, President Marcos, our Vice President Sara Duterte. We ask, Lord God, that in the times of chaos, you will make your will clear and we stop asking that you be on our side and we start asking that we be on your side. Lift this up to you in Jesus' mighty name, and thank you, Lord Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Secretary, will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed with the business of the day, Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge several guests of the Senate today. We have the newly elected Mayor of Tagaytay City, my nephew, Mayor Brent Tolentino, who is here. Congressman Brian Revilla, Congressman Lani Revilla, Attorney Ina Del Rosario, Ambassador, guest of Senator Zubiri, Ambassador Tuason, Special Envoy Martin Tuason, Mr. Larik Topacio of AFAD, and Mr. Alex Hornady. Guests of Senator J.B. Ejercito, the local government officials of Pagsanghan, Laguna, led by Mayor E.R. Ejercito, our good friend, and Vice Mayor Anuario Garcia, local government officials of Calasiao, Pangasinan, led by Mayor Patrick Karamat, Board Member Sheena Onrubia, and Councilor Onrubia of Albay. Guests of Senator Joel Villanueva, Dr. Noel Reyes, Medical Chief of the National Center for Mental Health. May we ask for an orderly proceedings, Mr. President?
Chair would like to remind the guests in the gallery to kindly maintain order within the chamber. Chair likewise instructs the Sergeant-at-Arms to kindly implement the Chair's order for silence.
Thank you, Mr. President. Guests of Senator Grace Poe, Congressman Brian Poe, together with the other family members of Senator Grace Poe. Guests of Senator Risa Ontiveros, Tindig, Pilipinas, led by former Secretary Teresita Quinto Deles, Dr. Sylvia Estrada, Claudio. We acknowledge the guests, Mr. President.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journals of the 53rd session, Wednesday, June 4, 2025, the 54th session, Monday, June 9, 2025, and the 55th session, Tuesday, June 10, 2025, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to comply.
Messages from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 4 June 2025, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 11372, strengthening the mechanism for land use development and infrastructure planning and budgeting for SUCs, amending RA 11396, and House Number 11376, providing for 200 pesos daily wage increase for minimum wage workers in the private sector.
The Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 4 June 2025, it designated Representatives Nograles, Mendoza, Revilla III, Go, and Brosas as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 11376, providing for a 200 pesos daily wage increase, and Senate Number 2534, providing for a 100 peso daily minimum wage increase and for employees and workers in the private sector.
The Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on June 9 and 10, 2025, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 11421, strengthening the protection of the Las Piñas, Parañaque Wetland Park. House Number 10987, prohibiting all forms of offshore gaming operations in the country. House Number 11358, providing for comprehensive fiscal autonomy for the Judiciary. 11461, providing for the establishment of Muslim cemeteries in cities and municipalities with significant number of Muslim population. 11539, amending RA 10591, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act, and House Number 11543, institutionalizing the Lifelong Learning Development Framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, amending RA number 10968, and appropriating funds therefore. Rules.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 10 June 2025, it designated Representatives Ferrer, Macapagal Arroyo, Asidre, Zamora, and Gutierrez as conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 11358, providing for a comprehensive fiscal autonomy for the Judiciary, and House Senate Number 2982, defining the scope and extent of the fiscal autonomy of the judicial branch of government and for other purposes.
The Committee on Rules. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the other parts of our business for the day, Mr. President, we'd like to acknowledge likewise some personalities present in the gallery. Special envoy to the United Arab Emirates, Katrina Yu Pimentel, was with us. Ms. Jola Yu. We welcome their presence, acknowledge their presence, Mr.
Welcome to your Senate.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the other items in our agenda today, this representation would like to explain further. Just a one-liner, Mr. President, relative to my vote after the impeachment proceedings, Mr. President, yesterday. Kahapon po, pinaliwanag ko yung qualified vote ko tungkol doon sa carryover. Ulitin ko po, Mr. President, there is no provision contained in the 1987 Constitution stating the words carryover. And if the Constitution is silent about the carryover, that silence is not an invitation to presume otherwise. When the law is silent, we do not invent voices. We read the structure. We respect the design. Mr. President, I will be submitting an expanded, to save time, Mr. President, and to insert into the records, an expanded expositio ampla, Mr. President, to be part of the records of these proceedings, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
What is the pleasure of the minority floor leader?
I think the majority leader wants to revive the debates of yesterday, Mr. President. I will have to add. I will have to add that the Constitution also does not carry the words reset or back to zero. So at the end of it, I'm just teasing
Can
the
we
majority
leave it
leader.
at that? Can we leave it at that, please? Majority floor leader.
yes, I thought the minority leader would be asking as to the meaning of expositio ampla. It means an expanded explanation, Mr. President, in Latin, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are in receipt of the report, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2982 and House Bill 11358, the bills on the Judiciary Fiscal Autonomy Act. With that, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Aquilino Pimentel, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report.
Insert na lang, Coco.
So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of the aforementioned bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2982 and House Bill number 11358 is now in order. Our minority leader and chairman of the Committee on
Yes.
Justice is hereby recognized.
Let
You
me
may
just-
proceed, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Let me mention the topic. This is the Judiciary Fiscal Autonomy Act, and my request is that we insert into the records the joint what do you call it? We insert into the records the bicameral conference committee report which harmonizes the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2982 and House Bill number 11358 upon its ratification by the body. But just additional information, we just cleaned up the bill, Mr. President. We deleted some redundancy in the bill, Mr. President. So thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
Majority floor leader.
Mr. President, there is a motion here for the approval and ratification of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2982 and House Bill 11358. And let the text of the explanation be deemed spread into the records of this chamber. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2982 and House Bill number 11358 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations. Majority leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2821 and House Bill number 6571 on the Accelerated and Reform Right-of-Way Act. With that, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Mark Villar, to give highlights of the Conference Committee report. And so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of the conference committee report is hereby is now in order, and the honorable sponsor and chairman of the sponsoring committee, Senator Villar, is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, good afternoon to all of you. I rise to manifest my support for Senate Resolution number 1376. Oh, wait. Sorry. Sorry. Mr. President, again, take two. Mr. President, my dear colleagues and guests of Senate, good afternoon to all of you. I would like to express my full gratitude to my dear colleagues for supporting the passage of this measure. I would like to also give thanks and kudos to the agency's resource persons, Senate Secretariat, and senatorial staff who offered their time, knowledge, and expertise. Mr. President, personal ko po naranasan ang mga problema sa right-of-way acquisition bilang dating secretary ng Department of Public Works and Highways. It was a recurring problem for infra projects which eventually caused delays in its accomplishment, resulting in economic costs to the government. During my tenure, we had to issue multiple department orders to facilitate efficient processes of right-of-way acquisitions for various high-impact infrastructure projects. Our fellow Filipinos are also affected with these issues as we failed to deliver infrastructure projects timely, projects that could have been utilized for the efficiency of their day-to-day lives. Marami pong projects ang hindi natapos sa target date dahil sa hindi maresolba na delays sa right-of-way. Moreover, compensation issues with private property owners also occur during the inefficient right-of-way process. Given these issues, we are glad to have the current Right-of-Way Act amended. The Arrow introduced important changes to the current law in order to make it responsive to the dynamic changes in the infrastructure landscape. It will expedite the process of right-of-way acquisition and provide just compensation to private property owners, thereby striking a balance between the implementing agencies and the property owners. Before I end, I would like to thank our dear colleagues who contributed to the crafting of this bill, our Senate President, Chis Escudero, who actively lobbied for the bill, and Senator Bong Revilla for his co-sponsorship of Arrow. I would also like to thank our counterpart from the House of Representatives, led by Congressman Romeo Momo Jr., for their support and contribution to this bill. Mr. President, after having met and fully discussed the matter in a conference with the permission of the body, I move that the joint explanatory statement of the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2821 and House Bill number 6571 be read in toto into the record and the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you very much.
President, there is a motion here coming from Senator Villar as to Senate Bill number 2821 and House Bill number 6571. Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2821 and House Bill number 6571 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations to the authors. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, out of respect to our dear colleague from Las Piñas, Mr. President, we are in receipt of a third reading copy of House Bill number 11421, entitled An Act Strengthening the Protection of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, including the establishment of its buffer zone and appropriating funds therefore. In accordance with the communication from the Senate Chairperson of the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, I move to adopt House Bill number 11421 as an amendment to Senate Bill number 1536, entitled An Act Strengthening the Protection of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, including the establishment of its buffer zone and appropriating funds therefore. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion to adopt House Bill number 11421 as an amendment to Senate Bill number 1536. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. House Bill number 11421 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unless the Honorable Senator Cynthia Villar would like to make a... Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have received a communication from the House of Representatives that House Bill number 11539, entitled An Act Amending Republic Act number 10591, as amended, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act, was passed on third reading yesterday, June 10, 2025. Given that the aforementioned House Bill is identical to Senate Bill number 2895, which was approved by the Senate on third reading last January 27, 2025, and with the consent of the body, I move that the Secretariat be instructed to move forward with the enrollment of the subject measure. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Secretary is directed to comply with the same. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President,
Congratulations to Senator Zubiri.
Thank you, sir. And Senator Bato.
And Senator Bato de la Rosa. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 10535 entitled An Act amending sections 134 and 168 of Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. With that, I move to recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the chairman of the Senate panel, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, Senator Gatchalian is recognized to sponsor the bicameral conference committee report. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as the lead conferee of the Senate panel, I have the honor of submitting for ratification a copy of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number of Senate Committee Report number 581 and House Bill number 10535, which amends sections 134 and 168 of the National Internal Revenue Code. The Senate and the House panels have met and thoroughly deliberated to reconcile our respective versions of the bill. Through this measure, we address two long-standing gaps in the tax treatment of regulatory process for denatured ethyl alcohol, gaps that have placed an unnecessary burden on the manufacturers and led to underutilization of valuable industrial alcohol. Under existing law, imported ethyl alcohol, even if intended for industrial use, cannot be denatured in the country and is therefore subject to excise tax. This has discouraged importers and compounded supply chain inefficiencies. This bill removes that restriction. Once imported ethyl alcohol is denatured in the Philippines, it will be treated the same way as its locally produced counterpart, exempted from excise tax. Sa madaling salita, nagkakaroon na ng patas na pagtrato ang lokal at imported na ethyl alcohol basta't i-denature dito sa bansa. This bill also authorizes compounders with rectifying facilities, not just domestic distillers, to perform the denaturing process. These compounders often deal with off-spec or surplus alcohol. By giving them the authority to denature, we prevent waste and allow them to transform these materials into usable products, such as disinfectants, personal care items, and industrial goods that promote health, hygiene, and productivity. Mr. President, this bill supports critical sectors by reducing production costs and expanding access to industrial alcohol, all while preserving government oversight over its processing and taxation. Safeguards are firmly in place. The denaturing process shall be done in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, including approved denaturant formulations. The BIR will also require confirmatory testing prior to removal of the denatured alcohol and will assign representatives to monitor the actual denaturing process. To my fellow conferees, Senate Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Senator J. Versito, thank you for your invaluable contributions during the pre-bicameral and bicameral conference meeting as we resolved several issues. I also thank Senate Minority Leader Coco Pimentel for his invaluable insights during the period of interpolation. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provision are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions on Senate Committee Report 581 and House Bill number 10535 be read in toto into the record, and the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is hereby approved. The conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 10535 is hereby approved and ratified. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2826 and House Bill number 8937. These are the bills on the enhanced fiscal regime for large-scale metallic mining. With that, I move to recognize Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, the chairman of the Senate panel, to give the highlights of the conference committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senator Ejercito is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues in the Senate. I have the honor of submitting for ratification the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2826 and House Bill number 8937, or the Enhanced Fiscal Regime for Large-Scale Metallic Mining Act. The Senate panel is composed of this humble representation: Senate President Chis Escudero, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, and Senator Aquilino Pimentel III. Mr. President, as the chairperson of the Senate panel, allow me to report the provisions of the present reconciled bill accompanying our conference committee report. The committee adopted the Senate version of the bill as the working draft. Under the reconciled version, the conferees agreed to levy a 5% royalty based on gross output of mines operating within the mineral reservation and a 5-tier royalty rates ranging from 1% to 5% based on margin from metallic mining operations for those outside mineral reservations. We also wish to highlight the new concept of windfall profit tax, which is the additional tax whenever the margins hit 30% to allow the government to capture a larger share of profits when metal prices are high and mining companies earn more income. There is also a provision that restricts steel capitalization by setting a maximum debt-to-equity ratio for the tax deductibility of interest expense. The reconciled bill also strengthened the mechanism for transparency and accountability in the extractive industry. Finally, for our local government units, we included a provision for the immediate release of LGU's share of excise tax, royalties, and other taxes and fees. With these reforms, Mr. President, we are optimistic that this will contribute an additional 6 billion worth of revenues for the government. Ginoong Pangulo, kinikilala natin ang potensyal ng mining industry na makatulong na palawigin ang ating ekonomiya. Tiniyak nating balansehin ang mga karapatan at interes ng iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan. Nais ko lamang pong bigyan diin ang probisyon na tingin ko ay nakatulong sana sa pagtaguyod ng mga trabaho at pagyayabong ng industriya sa ating bansa. The Senate version approved the provision of a 5-year moratorium on exports of locally extracted minerals. This proposal would have served as the framework to revitalize local industry, stimulate economic growth, create higher quality employment opportunities, promote value-added processing, expand our domestic and supplier network, and develop robust chains and enhance linkages across sectors, among others. The provision may not have been adopted by the bicameral conference committee, but this may be something for future congresses to visit. Mr. President, medyo nalungkot po ako. Sa tingin ko, ito'y magiging game changer sana sa ating po mining industry. Pero hindi pa ho tayo nagtatapos. Ilalaban pa ho natin ito sa mga susunod na kongreso. To the end, this representation would like to thank this august chamber for extending their valuable support to the passage of this measure from the committee hearings to our plenary deliberations. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that the joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2826 and House Bill number 8937 be read in toto into the record and that the bicameral conference committee report be ratified.
Before acting on the motion of Senator Ejercito, Chair would like to recognize Senator Zubiri.
Thank you.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
Thank you, Senate President. May I just ask the sponsor if we could just clarify the provision of the initial law that we passed here in the Senate, if it was carried, which was the export ban of rare earth minerals?
The Chair can answer.
Okay,
That was
yes.
removed from the version of the bill.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to find that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Senator Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President. May I just manifest, Mr. President, shortly in reaction to the report given by our head contingent of the Senate?
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me put into the records that this representation strongly register its opposition to the deletion of the 5-year ban on mining that was included, Mr. President, in the third reading version of this bill. Mr. President, I feel that its removal shifts our policy from precaution to profit and puts our fragile ecosystems at risk. Mr. President, we work hard for this very important landmark legislation headed by Senator J.V. Ejercito. I remember interpellating him and debating with him on how we can improve this measure. Mr. President, yes, we are rich in copper. Yes, we are rich in nickel and cobalt, key minerals for clean energy. But if we keep exporting raw ore through direct shipping, we gain little and lose much. Mr. President, Indonesia already banned nickel exports to encourage local processing. And we feel, I think the entire Senate feels that we should do the same. Nakakalungkot, Ginoong Pangulo, parang sinasabi na doon sa kabilang bahay, ang number one kailangan proteksyonan muna yung mga mining companies nila, hindi yung taong bayan at ang sambayan ng Pilipino na nangangailangan ng trabaho. Mr. President, in the 18th Congress, we have filed this bill to maximize the benefits from mineral resources, and we will refile it next Congress and move to restore this ban. Gaya ng sabi ng ating chairperson na nanguna ng ating BICAM conference, tuloy pa rin ang laban natin para sa makatao at makakalikasang pagmimina. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Floor, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Ontiveros?
May I explain my no vote, Mr. President?
The lady may proceed to the bicameral conference committee report.
Yes, Mr. President.
We have not yet acted on the motion. You can make a manifestation in lieu of an explanation of vote in relation to the pending motion. The lady may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor, Mr. President. Bago po ako buboto, nagpapasalamat ako na tinanggap ang panukala kong pagbabago sa seksyon ukol sa transparency and accountability. Malaking bagay kung isa sa batas ito sa kabila ng makailang ulit na kabiguan, magkaroon ng Freedom of Information Law sa ating bansa. Nagpapasalamat din ako na kasama sa mga datos na isa sa publiko ang mga magiging epekto ng pagmimina sa ating mga natural capital na tinatakda ng RA 11995 o PENCAS Law. Gayunpaman, ikinalulungkot ko na hindi na isama ang dalawa kong rekomendasyon. Una, ang pagdagdag sa royalty na nauukol sa mga katutubo, kapalit ng pahintulot nila na magmina sa lupang ninuno o ancestral domain. Isinulong ko na gawing sahig o floor ang 2%, subalit ginawang ceiling o bubong ito para sa mga makukuha ng mga katutubong nagmamay-ari sa lupang ninuno. Tinatayang 790 million pesos ang royalty na natanggap ng mga katutubo noong 2023. 1% lamang ito sa halaga ng mineral na nilalabas sa kanilang mga ancestral domain. Maliit na halaga na, nababawasan pa dahil binubuwisan ng gobyerno ng income tax ang royalties na tinatanggap ng mga katutubo. Pangalawa, ang panukalang export tax. Tinutulak ko ito hindi lamang sa karagdagang buwis, subalit dahil sa kinakailangang pananalapi upang mapondohan ang isang National Industrialization Program na aking sinusulong sa Alternative Minerals Management Bill. At pangatlo, totoong meron nakukuhang royalty ang Mines and Geosciences Bureau, ngunit ito'y limitado lamang sa mga mineral reservations. Binababaan pa mula sa 5% at ngayon 3% na lamang sa BICAM version. Malaking bahagi nito'y masasabing reimbursement o bayad lamang para sa nagastos na ng pamahalaan sa pagtuklas ng mga mineral. Sa mga kadahilanang ito, Mr. President and good sponsor, ikanululungkot ko na boboto akong no sa mining fiscal tax regime bill. Salamat, Mr.
Noted
President.
and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt.
We have not yet acted on the motion.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. President. Mr. President, there is a move here to ratify the disagreeing provisions, the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of the Mining Act, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread into the records of the chamber. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. The conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2826 and House Bill number 8937 is hereby approved and ratified. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2899 and House Bill number 9293, the bills on the landmark Philippine Nuclear Energy Safety Act. With that, I move to recognize the chairman of the Senate panel, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senator Cayetano is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, Mr. President, salamat sa Panginoon. Pangalawa po, sa lahat ng ating mga colleagues. Special mention po kay Senator Win, Senator Pia, dun sa mga areas na tungkol sa energy, sa PhilAtom. Special mention po kay Senator Risa Antiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, the minority leader when it comes to protecting the environment, safety, security. Having said that, Mr. President, malinaw ang objective ng bill na to, ihiwalay ang ahensya na nagpro-promote ng atomic at nuclear energy at ang ahensya na magre-regulate. And when I say atomic energy, this includes for medical purposes, agriculture, etc. Having said that, Mr. President, let me take this opportunity in behalf of the whole Committee on Science Technology to thank first and foremost our Majority Leader, who is supposed to chair that committee but allowed me to take over. To thank Senator Mig Subiri for the enhanced Philippine Science High School Act. Thank Senator Pia for the virology, creating that very important aspect, taking note of that very important aspect that we neglected before the pandemic. And may I also thank the House of Representatives and everyone here, yung e-governance law, yung Konektadong Pinoy, together with PhilAtom, I feel with the virology and the Philippine High School will be game changers in the years to come. So may I ask, Mr. President, that yung joint explanation be part of the record, and I hope that the implementations of this act will give honor to the hard work of the different authors and technical. Let me also thank the consultants who gave us the technical and scientific knowledge to pass all of these laws. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank again Senator Alan Peter Cayetano for the passage of the Philippine Nuclear Energy Act and for accepting our proposal to have the notion of modular nuclear plants, Mr. President. Mr. President, mamaya po ay...
We have not yet acted on the motion.
Mr. President, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano likewise intimated to me that Congressman Mark Cojanco really did the spade work for this. Ang tagal po niyang pinagtrabahuhan ito at araw-araw kinukulit po ako, hindi ko na naintindihan. So we acknowledge likewise the work done by Congressman Mark Cojanco. Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2899 and House Bill 9293, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2899 and House Bill number 9293 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations to the authors. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the short manifestation of Senator J.B. Ejercito as well as the privileged speech of Senator Pia Cayetano, later on, Mr. President, I will be sponsoring a resolution extolling the leadership of our good Senate President. Subalit ang magbabasa na po noon ay si Senator J.B. Ejercito. So allow me to state for the record that with Senator Ejercito reading the sponsorship speech, this does not in any way diminish the deep respect and high regard I hold for the distinguished gentleman at the helm of this chamber. As the ancients would say, virtus in arduis. Virtue shines in times of difficulty. Truly, the Senate President has led us with both steadiness and strength through such times. Mamaya po, yung speech ko, si Senator J.B. na ang magbabasa. Pinatikim ko lang po kayo noon, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator J.B. Ejercito for a short manifestation.
Thank you, nevertheless, Majority Floor Leader. The Honorable Ejercito is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, dear colleagues. This is just a short manifestation. It has come to our attention that there was an approved motion from our counterparts from the House of Representatives withdrawing from their adoption of Senate Bill number 2838 as amendment to House Bill number 6557. This is the Magna Carta for Barangay Health Workers. For the record, Mr. President, and for the information of all our beloved BHWs, we would like to express our sadness and disappointment with this current development. All along, we were expecting that this bill, which aims to acknowledge and recognize the hard work and dedication of our unsung heroes, was just at the doorsteps of Malacanang, waiting to be signed into law. Sa kasamaang palad po sa pagbawi na makasama natin mula sa House of Representatives ng kanilang acceptance ng Senate version. Ito ay mistulang hakbang paatras para sa tuluyang pagsasabatas ng panukalang nating ito. Mr. President, matagal na pong inaantay ito ng ating barangay health workers, whom I consider one of the most overworked yet undercompensated. Sila po ang ating talagang frontliners at nakita natin ang kanila pong dedikasyon, ang kanila pong serbisyo, lalo na noong panahon ng pandemya. Umulan man o umaraw, kinakagat pa ng aso at tinahabol pa. Ang ating BHWs ay nandyan para magtrabaho upang pangalagaan ang ating kalusugan. To all our BHWs, our frontliners during the pandemic, our force multipliers for the implementation of the universal health care. Your Senate has always been aware, sensitive, and concerned of your struggles. We remain firm in believing that the Magna Carta for BHW should be passed into law to justly compensate your service to our people. Sa bahagi po ng Senado, ginawa po namin ang aming tungkulin. Ngunit makakaasa po kayo na patuloy kami nakasuporta sa lahat ng ating barangay health workers. Maghihintay kami sa susunod na mga hakbang na maaaring gawin ng House of Representatives para umusad ang panukalang ito na handog natin sa ating mga bayaning BHWs. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
Mr. President, I would just like to second the manifestation of Senator J.V. Ejercito.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am disheartened, I'm saddened by the idea that the House of Representatives withdrew their support of such an important measure for our BHWs, barangay health workers. At least we put it on record that the Senate stood up to the challenge in helping our BHWs. We did our best, Mr. President. You did your best. We did our best. And it's just unfortunate that they had to withdraw the adoption of the measure, which will put the nail on the coffin of this measure for the 19th Congress. So we just like to put that on record, including, not to mention, our minimum wage bill, Mr. President, that you and I have been fighting for from the very beginning. They continuously insist on the 200 peso minimum wage. We all know that the businessmen, the small and medium enterprises cannot afford such a large sum, and they insist on that amount when we are 100 pesos a day per minimum wage earner increase. So that puts us in a bind, and now it does not move forward. It is the last day today before we adjourn on CNG. We'd like to inform all the workers, laborers, minimum wage earners that the Senate did its best to fight for the rights and, of course, the fiscal incentive of having another 100 pesos a day minimum wage increase in their salary. Naawa po ako sa kanila. Again, I'm also disheartened with the fact that they don't want to negotiate with us. Obviously, if we adopt the 200 peso minimum wage bill, mavivito ni Presidente yan. Definitely that will be vetoed. And if that will be vetoed, we torpedo the measure, and it looks bad on everyone. So, Mr. President, I just want to put that on record, that the Senate has stood up and fought for these sectors. Unfortunately, our friends in the House have not been very accommodating on this issue. So I just want to vent out my sadness on these particular two topics. And I thank the Senate President and our colleagues for fighting side by side with us in pushing for these social justice measures. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
May I know the status of the bill?
As member of the BICAM, the sponsor is here. I believe that they don't want to discuss anything unless we adopt the 200 pesos per day, which we all know the businessmen cannot afford.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, just to report out to the body, Mr. President, if you recall, we passed this measure more than a year ago, and that we were able to get the official third reading measure passed by the House of Representatives less than 48 hours before we will actually adjourn. And yesterday, Mr. President, we have talked to some members of the conferees. And in fact, last night, together with the Senate President, they were saying that they are amenable to the Senate version, to adopting the Senate version. And so we thought that it's going to happen, but unfortunately, even this morning, I got some calls from the members of the media asking me to react on the letter sent by this representation yesterday morning appealing that our version be adopted. But today, apparently, there was a letter circulating, and I would say, I have to say that this is not an official letter because I have not received any letter from the chairperson of the Senate, House of Reps Committee on Labor chairperson, that they will continue to push for their own version. However, Mr. President, a lot of labor groups, including the wage boards, etc., are calling our counterparts in the House to adopt the Senate version, which they all support. So let me just put that on record. Hope springs eternal. We still have time. If they would adopt today the version of the Senate, then we would be very happy to report it out to our workers who deserve nothing but more, Mr. President, when it comes to getting their salaries. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President.
Senator Joel, for enlightening this August chamber with regard to the legislated wage hike. Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would simply like to join our colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito, in his manifestation regarding his dismay and disappointment on the what transpired and what the fate of the Magna Carta for Barangay Health Workers bill is. That's all.
Thank you. The manifestation of Senator Pia Cayetano is hereby noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, likewise, this representation associates himself with the disgust expressed by the Honorable Zubiri relative to the BHW law as well as the minimum wage law increase. The last legislated wage act was more than 3 decades, Mr. President. So, napaka sakit po sa mga umaasa ng mga manggagawa natin sa barangay, lalong-lalo na yung mga nagtrabaho nga ng COVID-19 at sa ating mga manggagawa ngayon na hindi natupad ang kanilang mga pangarap.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted.
Mr. President, the Honorable Senator Pia Cayetano would like to deliver a privileged speech. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Mr. President, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. June is National No Smoking Month under Presidential Proclamation number 183, and May 31 was World No Tobacco Day. In light of this and the ongoing global and national efforts to curb tobacco and vape use, the following report is all the more timely and warranted. As chairperson of the Senate Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations, known as the Blue Ribbon Committee, I will be submitting my chairman's report, and its executive summary is here, which I have personally distributed to the members of this body. Regarding the inquiry in aid of legislation on the privileged speech of this representation entitled, "For the Fifth Time, the Philippine Gets the Dirty Ashtray Award" on February 14, 2024. This report includes an inquiry into the Philippine delegation's conduct during the Conference of the Parties, the COP10 negotiations, which drew criticism for delaying the proceedings, echoing tobacco industry arguments, and failing to uphold the country's commitments to global health standards. In 2005, the Philippines signed and ratified the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. This is the WHO FCTC. During the WFCTC COP10, held from 5 to 10 February 2024 in Panama City, the Republic of Panama, the Philippines received a Dirty Ashtray Award. The Dirty Ashtray Award, a notorious dishonor, was conferred upon the Philippines for the brazen use of tobacco industry tactics to dispute and delay consensus. It was reported, among others, that the Philippines sent a 34-person delegation to COP10, the largest from any government. This unusually large number remarkably outnumbered the delegation of some more populous countries, such as China and Russia. After conducting several hearings, I now present our key findings and recommendations. First, the Philippines delegation received the notorious Dirty Ashtray Award at the WFCT conference for actions seen as favoring the tobacco industry by, among others, delaying the agenda and pushing the so-called balanced policy narrative. In reality, the balanced policy has been weaponized to serve industry interests, guised as concern for farmers, in direct conflict with our obligations under our current law and the WHO FCTC. Second, the Department of Trade and Industry appears to have exceeded its authority when it issued the DTI vape law supplemental rules, which effectively delayed the implementation of key provisions of the vape law. We recommend further investigation to determine whether this constitutes a usurpation of legislative powers. Third, the vape industry was directed to register their products and remove non-compliant products from the market. The period to comply was continuously extended by the DTI by granting the vape industry undue leeway through this extended market clearing period. From 5 June 2024 to 7 September 2024, the DTI may have committed corrupt practices under the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. We therefore recommend the filing of appropriate charges against the responsible officials. Fourth, we raise concerns over the Philippine delegation to COP10, which may be considered a misuse of public funds. We recommend that the Commission on Audit conduct a special audit of all expenses, whether public or private, related to this trip. Fifth, the committee affirms the need to reestablish DOH leadership in future FCTC negotiations. Six, the DOH should lead Sixth, we raise serious constitutional concerns with the vape law itself. It may violate the principle of pacta sunt servanda, our duty to honor international commitments. The committee recommends urgent amendments to RA 11900, return regulatory authority over vapes and HTPs to the FDA, raise the minimum age of access from 18 to 21, and strengthen the provision on restriction of flavors to plain tobacco and menthol only. Finally, it must be emphasized that this hearing took place at a time when, tragically, the first documented death from e-cigarette or vape-associated lung injury, EVALI, was recorded in the Philippines. This case mirrors global evidence, including a 2019 U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention report of over 2,800 EVALI hospitalizations and 68 deaths. We cannot ignore that the first related death in the Philippines, that this is a sobering reminder of what happens when regulation and public health protection fail. And this may not be the only case. Others could remain hidden due to weak surveillance and lack of accountability. Dear colleagues, this is how the tobacco industry operates. They prioritize profit over public health. The industry is slimy. They repeatedly use delaying tactics and exploited regulatory loopholes to advance its interests at the expense of public health. The previous Congress undermined progress made on tobacco and vape control by removing the protective measures under the sin tax law. The passage of the vape law not only overturned important provisions under our sin tax law, but it also opened the floodgates for more Filipinos, especially our youth, to use these harmful products and practically encourage such practice in the guise of regulation. We owe it to the next generation to guard them against an industry that seeks to profit at the expense of their health and safety. Sa Kongreso pong ito, ilang beses akong tumayo para ipahayag sa inyo ang kalokohan ng tobacco industry. Lubos kong ikinagagalak na marami sa inyo ang nagpakita ng suporta sa kagustuhan ko na mapigilan natin ang industriya na sirain ang kalusugan ng ating mamamayan. I hope that you will join me in the filing of bills in the next Congress to hold this industry accountable and firmly put them in its place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pia Cayetano, for that passionate speech. Before that, Senator Alan, Peter Cayetano.
Mr. President, just a manifestation. May I be allowed, Majority Leader? Mr. President, 3 topics, 1 manifestation, mabilis lang. First, may I associate myself with the topic of Senator Pia. Despite losing votes in the 2022 election, I really campaigned also on the issue of vape and e-cigs. Much study is needed, but delikado po talaga. If you go to Hong Kong and Singapore, it's a criminal offense. Sa atin, parang in-encourage pa natin na lumaki yung industriya dito. Number 2, may I congratulate everyone, including, of course, Senator Risa dun sa anti-POGO. Nung pinayagan po ang POGO, matagal na to, pero nung lumaki, last administration, ang sinasabi, hindi naman Pilipino ang tumataya. Ang problema po, binagbawal na natin POGO, lumalaki naman po ngayon ang industriya ng online na mga Pilipino ang tumataya. So I hope the next Congress can look into this. It's not as addictive as e-sabong, but it will get there because gaming is addictive. Using the internet is addictive. If you put the two together, you can do that kind of gambling anywhere, anytime. Napakadelikado para sa atin. So I want to honor those who warned us against POGO 15, 20 years ago, whatever it was called, pero we only acted upon it now. So sana po we act on the online gaming soon in the 20th Congress. Lastly, Mr. President, may I also request that request that the partial report or preliminary report doon po sa tulay na nahulog po na bumaksak sa Isabela. We did a few hearings, hindi pa natapos, but there are glaring loopholes, if I may call that, or lapses. And I did not expect that in my lifetime we would investigate a bridge that collapsed. Nasanay na tayo ng defective yung anti-flooding, kaya bumabaha. Nasanay na tayo na medyo yung kalye, bagong gawa, ina-aspalto na. di ba? Sanay tayo na merong iba na medyo ghost. Pero for a bridge worth 700, 800 million, then increase to more than 1 billion, then bumaksak, we really have to, kailangan talaga itong tutukan. So preliminary lang tong report na to, but whoever heads the Blue Ribbon Committee in next Congress, I hope that susundan to. And I think those sa DPWH who are giving this serious thought, nung umpisa kasi parang bumagsak, wala yung outrage eh, no? So anyway, Mr. President, kung walang objection, I hope we can include the preliminary report in our records just to guide the next committee chair and members in the next Congress. Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1376.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 1376 is now in order. With the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of the resolution without prejudice to the insertion of its full text into the record. Session suspended. Secretary.
Resolution expressing the sincere appreciation of the Senate of the Philippines to the Honorable Senator Cynthia A. Villar for her distinguished public service and excellent performance during her tenure as senator.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1376.
An objection? Chair hears none. Proposed Senate Resolution number 1376 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, may we ask our Mama Bear, Senator Cynthia Villar, for response.
May we hear from Senator Cynthia Villar if there is any response?
Mr. Senate President, esteemed colleagues, dear friends and fellow Filipinos, 12 years ago, I entered the halls of the Senate with a clear intention to serve with integrity and use the knowledge I had to make a difference, especially to uplift the lives of those who need it most. Ang nais ko pong magamit ang aking karanasan upang mapataas ang kalidad ng buhay ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na ang ating mga magsasaka na siyang nagpapakain sa atin, ngunit madalas ay nananatiling kulang sa tulong at oportunidad. I'm honored to have been entrusted with the duties of Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food and Agrarian Reform, and later of the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, roles that allowed me to work on areas where policies could create real and lasting impact for the Filipino people. As Chairperson of the Agriculture Committee, I focus on legislation that could directly support farmers, fisher folks, and rural producers. These are some of the key laws I passed. RA 10654, which prevents illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. RA 10659, the Sugarcane Industry Development Act. RA 10816, the Farm Tourism Development Act. RA 10817, Halal Export Development and Promotion Act. RA 10845, Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016, which was strengthened by RA 12022, the Anti-Agricultural Sabotage Act of 2024. RA 10969, the Free Irrigation Service Act. RA 11203, the Rice Tarification Law as enhanced by RA 12078. It established the annual Rice Competitiveness and Enhancement Fund to provide rice farmers with high-quality seeds, modern farm equipment, accessible credit, and capacity-building programs. RA 11511 enhances the Organic Agriculture Act and introduced the Participatory Guarantee System for Smallholder Certification. RA 11524, the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund Act, which from the recovered cocoa levy funds to farmers via programs and support. RA 11547 declares Davao City as the chocolate capital and Region 11 as the cacao capital of the Philippines. RA 11700 declares Catanduanes as the abaca capital of the Philippines. RA 11707 declares San Jose, Batangas as the egg basket of the Philippines. RA 11901 expands rural and agricultural financing through the Agriculture, Fisheries, and Rural Development Financing Enhancement Act. RA 1953, New Agrarian Emancipation Act, which condoned 57 billion in unpaid amortization of 600,000 agrarian reform beneficiaries. RA 11985, the Philippine Salt Industry Development Act, and over 50 laws establishing 63 fish hatcheries nationwide to boost aquaculture and local food production. As chairperson of the Committee on and later now we just passed the livestock bill to enable the livestock farmers to recover from the ASF. As chairperson of the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, I pursued the legislative action to protect the country's rich biodiversity and promote sustainable use of natural resources. RA 11038, the expanded National Integrated Protected Area System, or INAIPAS Act of 2018, which declared 94 new legislated protected areas across the country, such as forests, watershed, marine ecosystems, to ensure their long-term conservation and proper management. Ito po ay dati ay 13 lang. Kaya no ipasa ko yung 97, naging 107. 10 lang dati. Nung ipasa ko yung 94, naging 107. Dagdag po rito, we have passed additional specific protected area laws, RA 11684, the Mount Arayat, RA 11685, Mount Pulag, RA 11686, Naga Kabansalan Protected Landscape, RA 11687, the Tirad Pass, RA 11688, the Banao Protected Area, RA 11806, the Tukbo Natural Biotic Area, and RA 11933, Shikogon Island White Sanctuary Act, which turned the 194 plus 13, 107 to 114, and now 120, additional 7, 124. We have also championed the passage of the Extended Producer Responsibility Act of 2022, which institutionalizes accountability in the use of plastic packaging by requiring producers to recover their plastic waste. This law encourages us to change now how we view waste, to repurpose instead of simply discard, and to see used materials as part of a circular economy. I hope this becomes a precedent not just for plastic, but for other forms of waste like electronic waste, bulk waste, hazardous material. Responsibility ng gumawa ayusin ang iniwang basura. During the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, this August chamber quickly adapted. I was proud to be part of the institution that helped our nation respond and recover. We passed the Bayanihan laws, funded emergency subsidies, and supported our health system, all while keeping essential food systems running. Throughout my term, I had the privilege of working with 5 Senate presidents, namely Senators Drilon, Pimentel, Tito Soto, Mig Subiri, and Chis Escudero. Thank you for your leadership and guidance. To my fellow senators, thank you for your friendship, collaboration, and many meaningful moments we shared in service. I was fortunate to have worked with you all. Allow me to mention your names in alphabetical order. Sani Angara, Bam Aquino, Nancy Binay, Alan Peter Cayetano, Pia Cayetano, Laila de Lima, the late Miriam Defensor Santiago, Bato de la Rosa, Franklin Driron, J.V. Ejercito, Francis Escudero, Jingoy Estrada, Win Gatchalian, Richard Gordon, Bongo, T.G. Gingona, Gringo Honasan, Risa Hontiveros, Ping Lacson, Lito Lapid, Lauren Ligarda, our President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., Amy Marcos, Manny Pacquiao, Robin Padilla, Kiko Pangilinan, Coco Pimentel, Grace Poe, Ralph Recto, Bong Revilla, Tito Soto, Serios Menya III, Francis Tolentino, Rafi Tulpo, Sani Trillanes DeFort, Joel Villanueva, and Mark Villar. Nasabi ko na. To the Senate Secretariat and our entire support family from OSAA, to the elevator attendants who welcome us with their smiles, to the administrative committee and technical staff who assist us in every hearing and plenary session and in managing the respective senators' offices. Maraming salamat sa inyong tahimik pero mahalagang papel sa ating araw-araw na trabaho. Hindi magiging maayos at makabuluhan ang aming paglilingkod kung wala ang inyong sipag, tiyaga, and professionalism. To my staff and team, thank you for standing by me every step of the way. To the incoming and remaining senators, we live in complex time. Fake news and malicious narrative now easily damage reputations and erode public trust. And while some say this is all part of the job, it should not be. Let us remain anchored on the truth. Let us rise above the noise. Let us protect not just ourselves, but the very institution we serve. In this chamber, you fondly call me Mama Bear, a simple moniker, but one I took to heart. To be Mama Bear meant being fiercely protective, genuinely caring, and always dependable. I saw it as a gesture of trust and respect and a reminder to always show up, give my best, and look out for those around me. My term may be ending, but my commitment to public service remains. Hindi po natatapos ang paglilingkod sa pagtatapos ng termino. Sa halip ito ay simula ng panibagong paraan na makabuluhang ambag sa bayan. Salamat, Panginoon, sa biyaya ng pagkakataong makapaglingkod. Salamat sa aking mga kasamahan, sa mga kawani ng Senado, pati na rin ang iba't ibang sangay ng gobyerno na nakatrabaho at nakasalamuhan natin. At higit sa lahat, sa ating mga kababayan, sa kanilang tiwala at patuloy na inspiration. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat. Mahal ka namin. Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1375.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Secretary is directed to comply.
Resolution commending the Honorable Senator Grace L. Poe for her distinguished public service, outstanding performance, and invaluable contributions to the Senate and the Filipino people during her term as Senator.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1375.
Session is...
Is suspended.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senate Resolution number 1375 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, to give her response, I move that we recognize the amazing grace of the Senate, Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, fellow public servants, and every Filipino I've had the privilege to serve, I rise with a full heart, a grateful spirit, and let's be honest, a bit of disbelief that 12 years have gone by so quickly. In 2013 and again in 2019, I was humbled to receive over 20 million votes each time. With that support came a quiet but persistent pressure to live up to FPJ's legacy and repay the trust that Filipinos gave me. Kaya naman sa loob ng 12 taon, I filed close to 700 measures and passed more than half of that, 368 laws to be exact. Pero hindi ito tungkol sa dami. These laws were meant to respond to the everyday needs of the Filipino people who place their trust in all of us. Today, I stand before you, not just as a lawmaker, but as your humble public servant who has learned that the real power of this office lies not in the title, but in the trust and dreams of the people we serve. Maraming salamat po sa tiwala ninyong lahat. Serving as your senator has been a humbling experience. There's nothing quite like being grilled in the plenary hall to remind me of what my mom, Susan Rosas, asked me when I first ran for public office. Sabi niya, pagbutihan mo at huwag mahihiyang magtanong. But truly, this job has kept me grounded, sometimes by gravity of the issues and occasionally by the weight of the paperwork. Whether by design or more often by sheer luck or lack thereof, I somehow always found myself right in the middle of tough investigations, like the Mama Sapano massacre, MRT3 problems, the NAIA glitch, the PUV modernization, and the wild world of ride-hailing apps and motorcycle taxis. At one point, I felt less like a senator and more like the Senate's designated crisis hotline operator. I am proud to have championed causes close to my heart, and I hope to yours. Indeed, I consider it the greatest blessing of my life to have witnessed, if not contributed, to the birth of several landmark laws. We fought for every Filipino child's right to a healthy start in life, where millions of mothers and their infants were provided with checkups and vitamins in the first 1,000 days law. With the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act, or more popularly known as the National Child Feeding Law, we made sure that no child goes to school on an empty stomach because math is hard enough without hunger pangs. Ngayon, mahigit 3 milyong mag-aaral sa public schools at DSW daycare centers ang nabibigyan ng hot meals o mainit na pagkain taon-taon. Wala na sigurong mas personal sa akin kundi ang pagpasa ng mga batas para mapadali ang proseso ng pag-aampon sa ilalim ng Simulated Birth Rectification Act at Domestic Administrative Adoption Act. Thank you again, Senator Risa. Under the Foundling Recognition and Protection Act, deserted and abandoned children are not just recognized as Filipinos, but guaranteed full rights and protections under this law. This was not just policy work for me. In many ways, it was healing. Hindi lang mga bata ang kailangan ng aruga, hanggang sa pagtanda. Ako ay kaagapay ninyo sa increase in Social Pension for Indigent Senior Citizens Act. Dinoble natin ang pension ng mga senior citizens na indigent, may karamdaman at walang income o suporta ng pamilya. Bawat pensyon na 1,000 para sa mga lolo't lola, parang I love you galing sa gobyerno. Hindi lang sa buhay, pati sa huling goodbye, may libreng tulong na. Sa Free Funeral Services Act na pinasa natin nito lang, libre na ang burol para sa mga indigent para hindi na kailangan pang mangutang habang nagluluksa. One of my first laws as senator was the Free Mobile Disaster Alerts Act. Filipinos receive accurate and reliable information in their mobile phones before and when disaster strikes. Simple man ang batas, pero maraming buhay ngayon ang naliligtas tuwing may bagyo o kalamidad. We leave behind laws that have not only responded to unprecedented times, but also paved the way to a more resilient and robust future. The amendments to the 86-year-old Public Service Act allowed more players to invest in sectors like telecommunications and transportation while still safeguarding national security and interests. New internet service providers like SpaceX are now making inroads in the Philippines because of the Public Service Act. Ngayon, pwede na magkaroon ng mga hearing ang mga nasa tawi-tawi at ang ating mga Supreme Court justices ay sila mismo ang dumidinig dahil nga dito sa mga serbisyo ng mga telecommunications. The Konektadong Pinoy Act will supplement this in bridging the digital divide. I'm also honored to be part of paving the way for projects like the NAIA Rehabilitation, the New Manila International Airport, and the Bulacan Eco Zone, where progress isn't just a buzzword, but a reality that is already on its way. We've also made inroads in making the country a more walkable and bikeable place, thanks to the provisions we introduced in the Bayanihan laws, which we sustained in subsequent budgets. With measures like the Financial Institutions Strategic Transfer Act and the amendments to the Anti-Money Laundering Act, we made sure that our financial system is in check. Kahit papano nabubuko yung mga nagtatago ng pera katulad nung sa POGO hearings. Kailangan lang natin i-fund pa sila ng mas mabuti para lumawak ang kanilang supervision. Laws like the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act, AFASA, and the SIM Registration Act now act as our shields against scammers. Nitong nakaraang taon lang, may 3.6 billion spam messages at 3.3 million na SIMs na ginagamit sa krimen at napa-decommission natin sa mga telcos. Sa ngalan naman ng serbisyo publiko, humigit kumulang 143 franchises ang ating naaprubahan simula 2016 mula major broadcast companies tulad ng GMA, TV5, Manila Broadcasting Company at Signal TV. Sayang, hindi umabot ng ABS-CBN. Religious broadcasters gaya ng Iglesia ni Cristo at CBCP, 3 major telco players na Smart, Globe at Dito, water providers na Maynilad at Manila Water, power distributors tulad ng More Power at Negros Electric, pati na ang mga airlines gaya ng Skyjet at Air Philippines. Iba-ibang sektor para akong nangolekta ng diploma ng engineering sa kuryente at tubig, masters in ICT, pilot license, pati divinity. Para maiwasan ang buong araw ng pila sa mga transport offices, we also push for the creation and upgrade of 65 LTO offices, 3 LTFRB, and 3 Marina offices nationwide since 2016 para hindi na masyadong malayo ang biyahe ng ating mga kababayan para lamang kumuha ng lisensya at iba pang mga permits. Maliit na bagay pero malaking ginhawa para sa nagre-renew ng lisensya at nagre-rehistro ng kanilang mga sasakyan. We also tackled red tape with longer passport and driver's license validity. Since its implementation, our passports are now valid for 10 years, while more than 10 million individuals have benefited from extended validity of driver's licenses. 10 years din. Ang buhay ngayon ng Pilipino, hindi na puro pila, puro biyahe. I won't bore you with a long list. After all, 12 years is a long time, and I've given you a long list already. The Senate President so generously gave me this time to say my goodbyes. But in that time, I'm proud to have worked on thousands of measures, survived endless hours of hearings, and collaborated with so many brilliant experts who made the journey worthwhile. The laws I mentioned earlier are just a small sample of what we accomplished together. So instead of a laundry list, let me just say it's been quite a ride. There are a few measures in the pipeline, bills we're hoping to pass in the 19th Congress, like the Revised Animal Welfare Act, but I leave that to all of you because I know a lot of you are animal lovers. Having had the privilege and occasional headache of chairing committees from finance, economic affairs to public services, banks, public information, and public order, I've learned that keeping your cool is just as vital as keeping your facts straight, especially during marathon hearings that last so long, our Mondays turn into Tuesdays and so on. My sincerest thanks to all the resource persons who braved the hot seat, survived the grilling, and somehow managed to keep us awake, maging ito man ay gulat o galit, or galit. To all government agencies who I have called upon during my hearings who are now marked safe. As I exit the Senate, I leave with no regrets. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the support of my colleagues, especially the able sponsors of the law I've mentioned, Senators Mark Villar, Senator Risa, several bills, in fact, and that are laws, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Alan Cayetano. Our hardworking Senate staff and Secretariat, Committee Secretariat, and the Filipino people who never failed to remind me sometimes loudly on social media of what truly matters. Thank you for keeping me honest, keeping me humble, and keeping me on my toes, and sometimes awake at night. To my fellow senators from past and present, and those incoming as well, the Senate is a chamber where only the prepared, not necessarily the popular, endure. I have it in your hands and your conscience. Every moment in these halls has been a teachable moment, and I can only hope that I have returned the same to each of you. Please permit me a final roll call. To my fellow graduating senators, my classmate since 2013, Senator Nancy Binay, Coco Pimentel, and also Senator Francis Tolentino, Bong Revilla, and also another classmate since 2013, Senator Villar. Congratulations. After years of debates, interpellations, and endless sessions, we can finally rest, or at least pretend we will. Alam ko si Nancy hindi, kasi babalik sa Makati. You've left your mark on this chamber and on me. To Senator Nancy, whose family history with mine is colorful, but whose friendship has never been black or white. Your sharp wit and radiant smile will surely brighten Makati City Hall. Senator Nancy, even if she's seemingly quiet, has the most insightful grasp of issues and has all the inside information. To the minority leader par excellence, Senator Coco Pimentel, who gave me the book that I will always cherish on 2004. Magkasama tayo since 2004. Insistent, unyielding, a true son of his father. My dad really admired your father, who valued being right, over being popular. Thank you, sir. To the Majority Leader whose legal mind defended our seas with unwavering resolve, Senator Tol, I pray for your return. Senator Bong Revilla danced into the hearts of many and repaid that trust with meaningful bills in his third term, including bills for teachers and allowances for teachers, and always has a kind heart, who always helps those who are struggling in their campaign. I know you helped me in 2013. Thank you, Sen Bong. We await your return in the Senate. To the Villars, Mama Bear Cynthia, who has shown quiet bear Mark the ropes. Mark's defense of the Maharlika bill was strong, and we look forward to Senator Camille's arrival. Thank you, Senator Cynthia, for helping us pass in the Senate the animal welfare bill. Thank you. Actually, talagang malaking tulong ito at pinagbigyan talaga ako ni Senator Cynthia. Sabi ko, last minute request. And dahil sanay na kahit hindi pa napapasa ang animal welfare bill sa House, nalagyan na niya ng funding sa susunod na bill ng livestock. Pero merong animal welfare category doon. Senator Mark, thank you also for your kindness always. To Senator, now Secretary Sani Angara, even if you're not exactly here in the chamber now, thank you for leading us as your steadfast chairperson of the Finance Committee, proving you can handle big numbers and bigger challenges. Now, as DepEd Secretary, we're counting on you to balance the classroom chaos with the same steady hand. And to the senators who will continue serving in the 20th Congress, congratulations. You get to work nonstop all over again. But seriously, your dedication has been the backbone of this Senate. And I am excited to see you carry the torch forward. Thank you, Senator Win, for ably steering hearings and personally attending TWGs. Ikaw ang pinakamasipag na staff ng Senado. We might as well rename the committee Waste and Win. Talagang laging handa, may notebook palagi. Thank you, Senator Joel, for your energizing brews, your jokes, your stories, and for standing with me when it truly counted. I am relieved that you are still here to champion important causes that are dear to my heart, like the welfare of our PUV drivers. For I know that someone as passionate and dedicated as you will continue to fight for always upholding the interest of the Senate as an institution. To the formidable Cayetano duo, Alan and Pia, few Senate twosomes are as formidable as you. Your incisive interpellations taught me much, and I hope I return the favor. But seriously, Senator Pia, you really read all the bills through, even the adoption bill, which you refined. Thank you so much also for being a true advocate for health. For Senator Alan Cayetano, who I fondly sometimes call unicorn because there are sightings of him, but when he comes here, huh? Oh, there you go. I rest my case. But who always comes out when we need him and will always give valuable insights and interesting viewpoints in a debate. Ano nga yung ating bagong term ngayon, yung kay Bato? Bagong term, Batorni de la Rosa. Unicorny. But really, Senators Alan and Pia, both brilliant lawyers that have really steered the Senate in very productive discussions. Thank you very much. To our three Mindanao champions, Bato, Bong, and Robin, thank you for fiercely advocating for Mindanao's people and their concerns. Senator Bong, ang malasakit centers mo, marami talaga ang hindi nakakalimot na niyan. Senator Robin, alam namin, hindi ka palang senador, marami ka nang natutulungan at patuloy ang iyong pagtulong at hindi mo rin nakakalimutan ang mga kapatid mo sa industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino. Hindi man palaging nagkakatugma ang ating pananaw, pero alam nila, pinaglalaban mo sa iyong pananaw ang tama para sa ating mga kasama sa industriya. Senator Bato de la Rosa, isa sa pinaka matapang na alam ko talagang ipaglalaban kung anong kanyang paniniwala. Kasama ko sa lounge, pinakamasayang kasama sa lounge. At alam kong hindi natatakot, hindi nagtatago dahil laging handa naman siya at pag merong hamon sa kanya, cool pa rin. At yung mga batas niya na ipinaglalaban ay talagang para din sa kapakanan ng ating military, ng ating mga kapulisan. Maraming salamat. To the two sons of Joseph of San Juan, let me finally settle this. Jinggoy is Erap, classic, macho, champion of the masa, brusco. JV is Erap plus sleek, sharp, yet still fueled by his father's warmth. A true kapatid. Pareho ka kayong kapatid, pero si JV hindi nakakalimot sa kanyang inaanak tuwing Pasko. At saka syempre si JV classmate ng asawa ko, pero ikaw naman hindi ka nakakalimot na pakainin ako. Palagi mo akong pinapadala ng pagkain. Maraming salamat. So, to Senator Lito, who was here when I arrived in 2013. Who was here earlier, I can attest to that, and remains our steadfast pinuno today. Your pulse on the masses has softened and strengthened our legislation. To the ever-gracious Lauren Legarda, who is like fine wine, not just in looks, but in timeless causes. Hindi pa uso noon ang climate change at pinagtatawanan siya. Talagang desidido siyang ipaglaban ito. At ngayon, yan na ang isa sa pinaka-importante nating issue. Pati kultura. True senators like Lauren fight long battles, not just viral trends. To our super ate Amy Marcos, who stood as a lone voice against the tide, proving that critic is a form of love. Thank you also, Senator, for your bills passing for the indigent senior citizens, and many other bills that you championed that I filed. Thank you very much for your hard work, your witty quips, and your fashion sense that you give us ideas. Senator Raffy Tulfo, our man of action, no problem too small, no agency too big. The two Tulfos will be a force to reckon with. To Senator Risa, thank you for fearlessly probing the darkest corners of government. Your investigations are nothing short of popcorn-worthy, destined for the big screen. But seriously, I admire your courage. Thank you. To the esteemed Senate Presidents throughout my years here, Senate President Franklin Drilon, Coco Pimentel, Tito Soto, Mig Zubiri, and Cheese Escudero. Each of you has uniquely steered this chamber with steadfast leadership. Tito Frank, you were the best constitutional and parliamentary mentor that I could ever wish for. Tito Sen, you're the great fiscalizer that any Congress would be lucky to have. Senator Miggs, the Chairman Emeritus of CHARM. Your charm and diplomacy continue to bridge divides. And I wish that when you take a break from the Senate, you would be the wisest choice for the Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for giving me my most enjoyable time in the Senate as friends. Thank you. Senate President Cheese. I've called him many names, often behind his back. But more importantly, even if he's younger than me, he's my kuya, my confidant, a call a friend for over a decade. He stood by my father when no one else did, and by me when few believed. For everything, maraming salamat. Pero marami rin mga problema. Bagamat hindi mo ko iniiwan, hindi tayo nag-iiwanan, and that friendship has surpassed, has actually gone beyond politics. Thank you. It's really nice to see you up there. Very formal, sometimes too strict. We're not too happy about that, but masyadong micromanager, but I know that you want everything in order. Now to my special mentions. Also, of course, I mentioned already Senator Coco as a Senate President also. Now to my special mentions who also graced these halls and made my life as a senator more colorful. To former Senator Ralph Recto, the Senate's sharpest interpellator who could turn any question into another question until it turns into a full-on grilling session. You prove that being right beats being popular, though I suspect you secretly enjoyed both. To former Senator Sonny Trillanes, whose fearless stand for good governance reminded us that sometimes standing alone is not just brave, but downright heroic. Thanks for showing us that being the lone wolf can actually get things done. To returning Senator Bam Aquino, still fighting for educational reforms, thank you for helping me by sponsoring the National Feeding Program. I am ecstatic for your return, and I know that your return will truly be a benefit for the Senate and for the Filipino people. To returning Senator Ping Lacson, whose dedication to justice and security is as unwavering as his famous poker face. With you around, we know the fight for a safer Philippines is in good hands. And to former Senator Serge Osmeña, you are the steady hand, seasoned wisdom, and policy mentor during my early days here. Please know that your guidance helped me find my own voice and shape my view on governance, and for that I am grateful. Also to my seatmate, Senator Manny Pacquiao, I had the privilege of working with Senator Enrile, Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, Senator Laila De Lima, Senator Dick Gordon. Okay. If I've forgotten, I'm sure this will be on the record anyway. And last but not the least, to my family. Neil, for 33 years, thank you, napagtiyagaan mo ko. Especially na pinasok ko ang mundo ng politika, hindi ka sanay dyan, hindi ka sang-ayon masyado, pero ngayon, I think that I don't think I would be able to meet all the challenges without you being such a supportive and patient husband. Brian, I can say that as your mom, I think I learned about politics more from you than you have from me. Thank you for being my #1 campaign coordinator from 2013, and then later on, my researcher, my consultant, and then my chief of staff. Now, can you believe this? You're actually going to be in Congress. So congratulations. To my 2 daughters, Hannah and Nika, who is so far removed from politics, but who have also followed me to the best of their, well, as much as they could. I remember when you used to say, Bam is a guy? Well, they really didn't know much about politics then, but now they really listen to all the issues. Thank you also for supporting Mama and for being patient. I know, Nika, while you were growing up, I didn't have that much time with you because I was already working, but you've grown up to be a fine woman. And Hannah, thank you for working very hard at your job. Uwi na ako para sa pinakamahal kong papel, ang maging ina at asawa. Sa mga Pilipino, maraming salamat po sa inyong tiwala. Salamat sa pagkakataong makapaglingkod, hindi lang bilang inyong senador, kundi bilang inyong anak, ina, kapatid, at kaibigan. You gave a foundling her name, her mission, and her home. In return, I gave you my whole heart. It has been the greatest honor of my life. Salamat, Pong Nazareno. Maaring bumagsak na ang tabing sa yugtong ito, ngunit ang kwento ko ay patuloy na isinusulat para sa mga pangako ko sa aking ama, kay FPJ, kay Susan, at sa milyong-milyong Pilipinong nagtiwala at naniwala sa akin. Bukas pa rin ang ating pahina. Baka naman may plot twist. Abangan ang susunod na kabanata, sabi nga ni FPJ, hindi pa tapos ang laban. So thank you very much, and I hope you'll indulge me one last time with a very short audiovisual presentation. Thank you, my dear colleagues.
Gusto maging senador para makatulong maibsan ng kahirapan. Paano mo gagawin yan? Ipaglalaban ko na may sapat na pagkain ng mga bata. Anak, pag nagawa mo yan, matutupad na rin ang pangarap ng tatay mo.
Pati rin po sa inyo.
Promise yan, ha?
Promise po.
Pagbutihan mo.
Ang susunod na kandidato ay tatak, FPJ.
Kahit bagito sa politika, nanguna siya sa 2013 senatorial election.
Hinihiling ko po ang inyong patuloy na panalangin para naman maisulong natin ang programang makakatulong sa pinakamahihirap nating kababayan.
Hindi lang basta nakapila ng hanggang 40 minuto, nakipagkwentuhan pa sa ibang sakay ng MRT kanina si Senador Grace Poe.
Ang pagkakaroon ng publiko ng access o pagkuha ng impormasyon ay nakakatulong para paigtingin ang pananagutan at responsibilidad ng pamahalaan tungo sa pagtugon ng pangangailangan ng mga mamamayan.
Government should not be in the business of making money. It should be in the business of service.
Ang ating mga anak sa public school ay meron ng makukunan ng pagkain. Ito po ang ating investment for the future.
Sobra po laki ng first 1,000 days sa pamamagitan po ng mga gamot pong binibigay at mga prenatal check-up o wala pong bayad.
Lahat po tayo tatanda. Ito ay kabayaran din sa pag-aaruga at pag-alaga na binigay sa atin ng ating mga magulang, lolo at lola.
Magiging paligsahan ang pagbibigay ng dekalidad na serbisyo at produkto sa pinakamababang presyo para sa mga Pilipino. Inaasahan natin ito na ang magwawakas sa take it or leave it attitude ng mga nagpapakasasang monopoliya nitong nakaraang siklo.
We passed this to incentivize, to cut red tape, but in return for the privilege, they need to be qualified, they need to follow the law so that they will get the full privilege and advantage that this law will bestow upon them.
Pinadali natin ang pag-aampon para mas maraming bata ang magkaroon ng pagkakataon. Our journey has clearly shown that just as it takes a village to raise a child, it also takes a village to produce a law that we can all be proud of.
Hindi ako perpekto, pero sa halos 12 taon ko sa Senado, talagang ginawa ko ang aking makakaya para ipagpatuloy ang magandang pangalan ni FPJ.
Sasarap sa pagtitinginan natin. Sana'y di na magwakas itong awit ng pag-ibig.
Awit natin ay wag na wag makalimutan. Pangako ko na lagi kang pakikinggan. Magpakailanman isasayaw ko. Awitin mo ang isasayaw ko.
serbisyo ko sa inyo ay walang katapusan.
Maraming salamat po. Isa pa palang colleague na kasama natin, presidente na kasi, kaya hindi ko na nabanggit. President Bongbong Marcos na nakasama natin as a colleague here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Poe. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1378.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to comply.
Resolution commending the Honorable Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. for his dedicated service and invaluable contributions to the Senate and the Filipino people during his term as Senator.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1378.
Any objection? Hearing none, Resolution number 1378 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize ang Senador Pogi ng ating Senado, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr.
My good friend, Senator Bong Revilla is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mga kababayan, mga kasama kong lingkod bayan, mga kapwa ko senador, isang taus-pusong pagbati sa inyong lahat. Mahirap sundan si Senator Grace at si Senator Cynthia. Sa aking pagtindig sa bulwagang ito, sa huling pagkakataon para sa ika-19 ng Kongreso, hindi ko po mapigilang sariwain ang mga nakalipas na taon. I stand here today not only with pride worn on my sleeve for the triumphs that we have all collectively achieved, but also with a sense of heaviness. Isang bigat na hindi dulot ng pagkalungkot, but of the weight of all the memories we have weaved together, of all the lessons learned, of the privilege of public service, of gratitude for the mandate entrusted to us, and of a love for this country. After over 2,000 bills and resolutions authored and 347 of them enacted into law, here I am in front of you today with no regrets, and only an even deeper yearning to continue what we have started and to bring to life the future that we are determined to build for our people. Bawat tasa ng kape, bawat pahina ng mga briefers, bawat tao na nakadaupang palad natin seems only yesterday. Ang mga pinagsamahan natin, all of them still fresh in my memory. Pero ngayon ay mga alaala na ng kahapon. Lahat nga daw ng pagpalaot ay may pagdaong muli sa dalampasigan. Sa kabila nito, isa ang malinaw. Ang puso natin ay mananatiling nakaangkla sa serbisyo publiko. 3 dekada na ang nakaraan nang unang sumagot ako sa tawag ng paglilingkod bayan. I was only 28 when I was elected Vice Governor, and 37 when I joined the Senate. I was the greenhorn. Napakapalad ko pong nakasama at natuto mula kina tulad nila Senator Joker Arroyo, Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, Senator Nene, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, at siyempre, kayong lahat na mga kasama ko ditong mga napakagaling na mga senador. At siyempre, ang ating mga mahuhusay na Senate Presidents like Senator Drilon, Villar, Enrile, Soto, Subiri, and SP Escudero. Mga leader na may natatanging tatak at talino sa panindigan. Sa kanilang pamumuno, higit nating naitaguyod ang dangal ng Senado na ipagpatuloy ang ating paglilingkod sa sambayan ng Pilipino na may tapang at prinsipyo. At sa 30 taon na lumipas, taas noo kong masasabi na hinubog tayo ng karanasan na pinanday ng lahat ng mga leksyon sa buhay, honed and shaped into the public servant I am today. Ito ay sa kabila ng lahat ng mga dagok at pagsubok na waring malakas na alon na humampas sa aking paglalakbay. The truth is, there was a time I doubted ever coming back. Sapagkat hindi naman po kaila sa lahat ang aking kwento kung paano pinutikan ang aking reputasyon at pagkatao na matagal kong iningatan. The journey back here was not easy. Nagbalik ako sa Senado, hindi lamang ng may karanasan, kung hindi may mga pilat ng nakaraan. Ngunit gaya ng kawayang sumasabay ng imbay ng hangin at marunong yumuko, muli tayong tumayo, hindi lamang para sa ating sarili, kung hindi para sa lahat ng mga Pilipinong naniwala sa ating ipinaglalaban. Sila na hindi bumitaw, sila na lumamlam ng pagmamahal sa atin. For them whose faith is in us, never wavered. From them who know, appreciate, and trust our brand of service, one that is not driven by perfection, but by perseverance. Kaya naman sinuklian natin ang mga tiwalang pinagkaloob sa atin. Long hours spent in deliberation, all the times we burn the midnight oil to craft legislation that is not only beneficial, but genuinely impactful and echoing with the purposeful meaning. Puso, luha, dugo ang naging punla ng mga pangarap natin para sa ating mga kababayan. Unti-unti nating pinagtulungang tuparin. With one hand on my chest, I can confidently say that we gave them nothing less than our all. Hindi para sa papuri o pagkilala, ngunit bilang pagtupad sa sagradong tungkulin ng ating sinumpaan sa ngalan ng serbisyo publiko. Hindi man laging laman ng mga pahayagan, hindi man laging nabibigyang espasyo sa primetime, saksi ng mga pahina ng kasaysayan kung paanong tinaguyod at ipinaglaban natin lalo na ang mga kababayan nating hikahos sa buhay. I am proud to have served this institution for 3 terms. 3 terms where I learned from the best and most brilliant minds. 3 termino kung saan binigyan ako ng pagkakataon na humabi ng mas matibay na koneksyon sa ating mga kababayan. And in this 19th Congress, like all the ones before it, we passed laws that will outlive us. Our legislative accomplishments that have become landmark laws on social justice, education, health, economic recovery, the welfare of our workers, and the marginalized. Mga batas na hindi lamang may silbi, kung hindi dama ng ating mga kababayan. Dahil sa huli, hindi lamang ang mga mabulaklak na salita na umalingaw-ngaw sa bawat sulok ng institusyong ito ang mahalaga, kung hindi ang tunay na epekto nito sa pagtaas ng antas ng pamumuhay ng bawat Pilipino. How these laws have brought them a step closer to the fulfillment of their dreams and aspirations. This is our legacy more powerful than the portrait spread across our halls. And while we have every reason to hold our heads high for all we have achieved thus far, we are even more grounded and humbled by the realization of our mission is far from over. It is true that there is still much to be done, but I look at it more than just a challenge, but as a fountain of strength from which we will draw our purpose even more. As I flip to the next page of this story called life, it is only proper to not only look back, but give thanks. To my colleagues, we were thrust into a period in our history where we were tested by one global crisis after the other, and all of epic proportions. Hindi naging madali ang laban, taya ang buhay. Pero nanatili tayong tapat sa ating mga sinumpaang tungkulin at tapat sa bayan. For the battles we fought together and from across the aisle during debates and interpellations, thank you, mga kapatid. To the Senate Secretariat, na mga dalaga at binata lamang noon, ngayon ay kasabay ng pagputi ng inyong buhok. At pagkabihasa na sa paghubog ng mga batas, ay saludo po ako sa inyo. Thank you. Sa mga pages sa Senate at Senate media, mga kasapi dito natin sa mga usaa, mga nasa lounge, sa lahat ng ating mga nakasama dito, maraming salamat po. At syempre to our hardworking staff, maraming salamat sa pakikipaglaban sa likuran namin. The world may not know, but the work you do waters the seeds of our vision. Sa aking may bahay, Mama, sa aking mahal na pamilya, sa inyo ko hinuhugot ang aking lakas. Thank you for the steadfast support and enduring love. What I gave the country, you gave up for me. Higit sa lahat ng Pilipino na nagbigay sa kanila, ng kanilang tiwala, sa kabila ng pangahamak sa mga artistang tulad ko, nanatili kayong mulat sa katotohanan ang puso ni Bong Revilla noong paman ay laging para sa ating mga kababayan. Utang ko ang lahat ng aking nakarmit, ang aking lahat ng narating, kundi dahil sa inyo. Kayo ang kaluluwa ng bawat titik at letra ng mga batas na inukit sa kasaysayan sa ngalan ng inyong kapakanan. It is my hope that you have felt me as your senator. Hindi lamang salita, kung hindi sa action. It pains me to have faced defeat in the elections, not for the loss of title or position, but for the missed opportunity to continue the honor and privilege of being the voice of our people in this chamber. Pero hindi naman po ako nangangamba dahil nandito lahat ang mga magigiting at mahuhusay nating senador na tulad nating mapagmahal sa bayan. And while I will never regret fighting the good fight for our people, the only sorrow that lingers in my spirit is in this: the dreams left deferred, as well as the reforms we were still so ready to pursue and fight for. Pero sa nakatakdang panahon, alam natin na ang panghihinayang na ito ay mapapalitan ng kalinawan, na ang mga tanong ay matutumbasan din ng kasagutan. And by God's grace, in His perfect time, ang paglalagom ng yugtong ito ay magbubunsod ng pagbabaling ng bagong pahina. Isang pahina na hindi basta isinulat, kundi iginuhit ng pag-asa. Itinala ng pangarap at ibinangon ng tapang at prinsipyo para sa sambayan ng Pilipino na sinumpaan kong ipaglalaban, hindi lamang sa buhay na ito, kundi sa bawat buhay ng ipinagkaloob ng may kapal. Hindi ito wakas kung hindi panibagong yugto na saan man dalhin ng agos ng buhay, may posisyon man o wala, lagi akong titindig para sa bansa at taong bayan. Isa ang tiyak niyong maasahan, si Bong Revilla, kung gaano ang sigasig sa loob ng bulwagang ito, gayon din bilang pribadong mamamayan. Today, maybe goodbye for some, while for others, it may be a transition. Ngunit, para po sa akin, ito ay isang kabanata lamang na lalagpasan at hindi tatambayan. And as I walk away from this podium, one final time this evening, I do so not with finality, but with renewed and strengthened resolve. Dahil ang tunay na paglilingkod ay hindi napapatid sa pagwawakas ng termino. Ito ay habang buhay na panata. For this love I have for the country and our people has never been seasonal. Dahil ang pagmamahal sa bayan ay hindi parang termino na may expiration, kung hindi parang posisyon na inireretiro. After all, public service is not attached to a position. It is a commitment, and it is calling that I will always willingly and wholeheartedly answer. Malaging maninindigan sa tama, bitbit ang dangal ng bayan, at pusong alay sa sambayanan. Muli, maraming salamat po, at lagi niyong tatandaan, nandito lang si Bong Revilla. Thank you very much.
Session is suspended. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1377.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned resolution is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure.
Resolution commending the Honorable Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay for her dedicated service to the nation and outstanding performance during her term as Senator.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1377.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed Senate Resolution number 1377 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the honoree, ang brown beauty ng Senado, my cousin, hindi ko po siya pinsan, kasing itim. Senator Lourdes Nancy Binay.
Senator Nancy Binay is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, honored guests, thank you for the opportunity to address this august chamber for the last time. I must admit, I was hesitant to go through with this valedictory as I am not overly fond of goodbyes. Yet responsibility and tradition must always trump personal desire, and that is why I yield to the wisdom of custom. Many see tradition in a negative light, but perhaps as we see various institutions crumble because they neglect or forget their purpose and jump on every new way that opens up, this is also a reminder for us to look within ourselves and to look back. The Senate is an institution built on tradition, not because we are an old-fashioned bunch that stubbornly clings to the past, but because it must, by function, bridge the present and the future to the past. The people have looked to the Senate as a bastion of democracy because the Senate is memory and conscience, because it was built as an ideal, a place where members are expected to uphold decorum and respect alongside their sworn duty to serve the public interest. But I am not here to lecture. Rather, I am here to express my thanks. I entered this chamber 12 years ago under less than ideal circumstances, winning a mandate to serve, but also with a target on my back. Dakilang alalay lang daw ako, pinuna ang kulay ng balat ko. Nasaan si JV? Nasaan si JV? Pati ang mga damit ko, ginawang meme na viral sa social media. They say the Senate is like the stage where every move is scrutinized under glaring light. But I've always believed in making lemonade out of lemons. So I came out with not one, but 2 books about bullying and the philosophy on niceness and treating other people with respect and love. I am grateful for all the criticism, both the deserved and uncalled for, which has made my skin thicker. We need thick skin in governance, not so we can remain callous to the people's pleas, but so that we can trudge forward and stay true to what we believe in, even when it is unpopular or against the dominant powers. I am also thankful to the Filipino people that has afforded me the opportunity to prove myself, that they have kept an open mind, let go of their prejudices, and accepted me when I was able to show what I was capable of. I wish to thank my colleagues, past and present. As a neophyte who belonged in the minority in 2013, I count myself lucky to have been able to rely on stalwarts such as then Minority Leader Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, among others, to initiate me on the value of rigor and tradition, on the nuances of coalition building and deliberation That is the bulk of our work as lawmakers. I am thankful for having found true friends in the seatmates block. Our work is difficult and asks so much of us. I owe my survival on having friends like you who made working fun despite all the challenges. Maraming salamat sa Senate Secretariat, ang unsung heroes ng kamarang ito. Lalo na po sa mga nakasama ko noong ako'y naging chairman ng Committee on Accounts. Nakasama kong nag-iikot halos kada linggo sa new Senate building. Maraming salamat din sa mga COMSEC na na-assign sa lahat ng aking chairmanship. You are the bedrock upon which all our meaningful work is built. To my staff, who have kept me company on this journey like a family. We have gone through the ups and downs and sideward lurches of work amid ever-changing times. I am glad that I have been able to call upon you. I am confident that from here on, you will continue to make a difference wherever you choose to serve. My actual family have served as my compass and shield in the 12 years I have served here and beyond. All the best of me is because of them. To my ex-boyfriend and to my children, thank you for sharing me with our people and understanding that I cannot be a full-time mom because of my other responsibilities. To my father, former Vice President Jejomar Binay, and my mother, Dr. Elenita Binay, from you, I have learned much of what now guides me in service. Esteemed colleagues, I will leave it up to history to judge whether my work was deserving of my position as a senator. I came here with good intentions, armed with a notion of how to apply the teachings of my father, a lifelong public servant, the principles of honor, excellence, and service of our shared alma mater, the University of the Philippines, as well as the principles of ora et labora, instilled by the St. Scholasticus College in my formative years. I would like to believe that I tried. I have advocated various measures that are close to my heart and poured time and energy towards the many causes that our institution has taken up to serve the people. I am thankful to have been at the forefront of history, even as I mourn some of the changes that we have witnessed as a nation. I leave these halls not with a heart that is heavy from regrets, but a heart made full by many kindnesses that I have encountered. Hindi ako nawawalan ng pag-asa nang ang Senado ay mananatiling haligin ng kalayaan na masasandigan ng taong bayan. Salamat sa pagiging bahagi ng yugtong ito ng buhay ko at sana magkakaroon pa din tayo ng pagkakataon na magtulungan para naman sa lungsod na pamumunuan ko. Kaya abangan niyo po ang mga folders na ipapadala ko sa office niyo. Muli po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Binay. Noted, entered into the record. Session is suspended. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1374.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure.
Resolution commending the Minority Leader of the Senate, the Honorable Aquilino Coco L. Pimentel III, for his exemplary leadership and significant contributions to the nation as a statesman, legislator, and advocate of justice.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1374.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Resolution number 1374 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the honoree, our Minority Leader, ang kokote ng Senado, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel,
Thank you. Boss, thank you.
is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, our Senate staff, our Senate Secretariat, our guests, my Commander-in-Chief is also here, our dear countrymen. Magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. I am about to deliver my valedictory speech. This is one perk of being a senator which I would relish the most. My father was the valedictorian of all his classes throughout his academic life, from elementary, high school, college, and even up to College of Law. I was never a valedictorian, but I still get to deliver a valedictory speech. Swerte ko naman. Sabi ng ating konstitusyon, sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them. I have been blessed by God and the Filipino people with the opportunity to hold a high government position. These 13 plus years I have spent as a senator in the service of the Filipino people have been the most fulfilling years of my life. This is an opportunity and an experience not given to many. I am very grateful to the universe for this. Who would have predicted or who would have thought that this would happen to an introvert person like me? My Senate journey began not in the usual way, but through an extraordinary and unique experience that tested our resolve and faith in the democratic process. But I am grateful that what began as an electoral protest has since grown into a relationship marked by mutual respect, collaboration, and even friendship. A reminder, kumpare pa. So a reminder that in the end, we are all here to serve the Filipino people. So let me go back to the decision which allowed me to be part of this chamber, Mr. President. Siguro nalimutan na nila, pero hindi ko po nalilimutan. Yung mga senador who voted to allow me to sit in the Senate in my protest way back in August 11, 2011. Pia Cayetano. So, hindi ko nalilimutan yun, Pia. So thank you very much. Bong, baka nalimutan mo na, but you were part of it. Thank you very much, Bong. And of course, returning Senator Kiko Pangilinan and former Senator Greg Onasan and Sonny Trillanes, and also Lito Lapid was a member of the set. And I just want to make it of record, Mr. President, the justices from the Supreme Court who made possible my stint as a senator, then Senior Associate Justice, the chairman of the set, Antonio Carpio, Associate Justice Teresita Leonardo de Castro, and Associate Justice Arturo Brion. So this chapter in my life, while unconventional, set the tone for the kind of public service I aspired to offer. One rooted in truth and justice, constitutionalism, rule of law, and the unwavering dedication to serve the people's interest. napansin nga ni Senator Risa Ontiveros, because this is our last day, so I'm about to end my tenure as a senator. Sabi niya, ang bookends ng political life mo, andito si Comelec sa umpisa, andito pa rin si Comelec sa dulo. So, because if you remember, my dear colleagues, last December 11, 2024, you were already congratulating me. Oh, but that was 6 months ago. So 6 months later, hindi pa rin tapos ang issue na yon. So I hope nagdilang anghel kayo nung 6 months ago, Mr. President. In 2016, this chamber entrusted me with the honor of being Senate President, a role previously held by my father, Senate President Nene Pimentel. Can I reveal, Ma'am Lauren, can I reveal that ikaw may kasalanan nito? Yes, opo. Wala po akong ambisyon. Ako po'y tinawagan ni Senator Lauren at sinabihan na, mag-ambisyon ka maging Senate President. Okay, so for 22 months, I endeavored to uphold my vision of a Philippine society which is just and fair, which saves and shares, scientific, peaceful, educated, healthy, democratic, and which is most of all happy and free with overflowing love of God and country. So passing a law is a collective effort. So together, all of us, during my time as Senate President, we shepherded, we started or passed landmark measures. Free tuition, free irrigation, the wage increases for public servants, the doubling of the base pay of military and uniform personnel, free public Wi-Fi, and extended the validity of passports and driver's licenses, care of Senator Grace Poe, the Bangsamoro Organic Act, Mig, sa'yo to, this is the effort of Migs Subiri, the universal access to quality tertiary education, the train law, especially that aspect which lowered personal income tax rates, the ease of doing business, mental health act, to name a few. I would also like to thank all of you for helping me pass or for designating me to be the sponsor or co-sponsor of many other laws involving creation of courts, the NBI Modernization Act, the Estate Tax Amnesty Law, the Retail Trade Liberalization Amendments, the creation of the Department of Migrant Workers, sa'yo to, Joel, the Creative Industries Development Act and the Centenarians Act, both laws with the help of IME, the Government Procurement Reform Act, the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act with the help of TOL, among others. One of the great privileges of serving in this chamber has been meeting and learning from some of the finest minds in our country's political and legislative history. I am grateful to have learned from their wisdom and, of course, from your wisdom, my dear colleagues, and your wit and your statesmanship. My time as minority leader has been most fulfilling too. I have learned a lot having been forced to read almost all of your bills. Totoo. Pero hindi kaya. Kaya I said almost all. So I thank my compatriot in the minority of two, Senator Risa Ontiveros, for electing me as the minority leader. Ganun kasimple yung aming eleksyon, actually, Mr. President. So, iwan ko na lang po sa inyo bilang pakiusap ko ang mga panukalang batas na na-file ko na sumasalamin sa aking mga personal na advokasya, kabilang dito ang pagtatag ng ospital para sa mga senior citizens. Saan si Senator Bongo? Sana pansinin naman niya ito. Ang modernisasyon ng Philippine Orthopedic Hospital. Ito, pag-isipan niyo po ito na mabuti, ang pagbuwag ng travel tax. Because, nasa Constitution kasi that we have the right to travel, so we do not tax a right. At ang integrasyon ng computer programming sa basic education curriculum. Sinusulong ko rin ang reforma sa People's Initiative and Referendum Act, pakitingin na lang po. And also, I filed some measures designed to discourage negligence and recklessness, itong tinatawag na mga quasi-offenses, sa dami ng mga aksidente ng mga bus, mga heavy vehicles leading to injuries as well as loss of lives. Pag-aralan po natin ito. Marami akong lessons learned. For example, saan ako nagkamali, paano nyo kami nautakan, oh. Yes, paano nautakan ng majority ay minority. Tapos, actually may pagkakamali kami na present kaming dalawa. Kung absent yung isa, meron sana kaming parliamentary maneuver na nagawa. Pero hindi ko na muna i-detalye, ikwento lahat ito. Kasi ang bala ko isulat ito sa isang libro para naman merong pang bumili ng libro ko. Okay? So I owe this journey to many. Hindi ko po ito narating ng mag-isa. So to my colleagues, all of you, so if I look around, I think I've spent enough time in this chamber and I've been siguro so involved in your professional lives that I think I have personal relationships with all of you. Actually, with all of you. Ito si Sila Bato, si Bongo, si Robin. May kaso pa nga kami. We are fighting over a political party. And because of that, I have been forced to look for another political party. So party mates ko na, Tita Cynthia, Jaime Marcos, Mark Villar, Pia Cayetano. So I really have, I believe I have personal relationships with all of you. So I want to thank all of you. The Senate is not a place for echo chambers, but for courageous discourse. In diversity, we find democracy's heartbeat. Salamat for debating with me. I learned a lot from using my kokote. And I believe this is also an anti-Alzheimer's measure. Diba? So, maraming salamat po muli sa inyo lahat. Pero siguro, kung meron man nasaktan sa 13 years ko rito sa Senado, kasi siyempre na-involved din tayo sa some highly political issues eh. Kung meron pong nasaktan sa aking mga kilos, nasabi, actions, or na-file, I beg for your understanding. And I pray that with the passage of time, you will find it in your heart to forgive me. So ganun lang po. If ever. Okay, so I'm assuming meron kasi lahat tayo dito sensitive eh. Karamihan sa atin rito sensitive. So basta ulitin ko to my dear colleagues, I really thank you. No? You have been all very kind to me. You have been all very good to me. And you have been all, i-all ko na lang para hindi na natin isipin. You have been all very generous to me. Okay. To the Senate Secretariat and staff, the OSAA, even our cleaning staff, thank you for keeping this institution alive day in and day out. Your work, often unseen, ensures that the Senate remains a bastion of democracy. Lahat po tayo may ambag to making the Senate a bastion of democracy. So to my own staff, sana staff ko, may andito konti, okay. Thank you for making me more efficient by multiplying the number of my mini-me's. Ayan. Yan sila. So, I hope meron po kayo I hope meron kayong natutunan sa time ninyo sa akin, and congratulations to all of my staff who have been hired by incoming senators. So to my family, Kat is here. Kat, my wife, she's the commander-in-chief I mentioned earlier. My mother, si Nanay Bing, of course my siblings, and my classmates and my close friends. Your faith in me has been my anchor. Public service demands long hours and personal sacrifice. Thank you for your prayers, understanding, and actual support. To the people of the Philippines, you entrusted me not only with votes, but with your hopes. I hope my service has honored that trust. Though I leave this chamber, I remain your public servant in my capacity as a lawyer and as a concerned and involved citizen, advocating for federalism and faster local development, for a just and fair society, and for preferential focus on the poor. I also leave you with one wish. May the laws you pass rescue the poor and helpless and deliver them from the grasp of evil people, as it is written in Psalm 82:4. I leave carrying with me the lessons from this chamber, the friendships I have made, and the love I have deepened for this country. Public office is borrowed time, and my time here, though ending, will always remain a chapter I will cherish. It has been the honor of my life to serve you as Senator of the Republic of the Philippines. Maraming salamat po sa sambayanang Pilipinas.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Duly noted and entered into the record. Session is suspended. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1373.
Any objection? Hearing none, Consideration of the aforementioned resolution is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure.
Resolution commending the Honorable Francis Tol and Tolentino, Chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Majority Leader, for his exemplary leadership during the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines and his invaluable service to the nation and the Filipino people.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1373.
Any objection? Hearing none, resolution number 1373 is hereby adopted. And the entire text of the resolution is hereby ordered to be inserted into the records.
Yes, Mr. President, unfortunately, our honoree is indisposed right now, but he asked this representation to just thank the Senate staff, everybody from the Secretariat, the pages, elevator, everybody, no, sa OSAA, and all the employees of the Senate who one way or the other he has worked with. And likewise, if I may read, Mr. President,
The Majority Leader may proceed.
if I may read a prayer from Senator Tolentino, our Majority Leader. I pray to God that the Philippine Senate will continue to be a bastion of democracy, steadfast in upholding the rule of law, protecting the rights of our people, and advancing the principles of justice and freedom for generations to come. So that's from our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino.
Duly noted. Thank you, and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1372.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Secretary is directed to comply and to read the title only of the measure.
Resolution commending Senate President Pro Tempore, the Honorable Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, for his dedicated service to the Senate and the nation during the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1372.
Any objection? Hearing none, resolution number 1372 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we recognize our honoree. Of course, it's an honor for me to move and to recognize his presence. Ang anak ng masa, my kuya, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada.
Senator Kuya Jinggoy Estrada is recognized.
Thank you,
You
Mr.
may proceed, sir.
Thank you to my beloved younger brother, the good one. I am truly honored and at the same time deeply humbled by the gesture of the Senate leadership, in particular Senate President Cheese Escudero, who authored proposed Senate Resolution number 1372 commending this representation. Nagpapasalamat ako hindi lang sa mayorya, kundi pati na rin sa minorya sa pagkakataon manilbihan bilang inyong Senate President Pro Temp para sa third regular session ng 19th Congress. It is an honor to serve as this chamber's Senate President Pro Temp for a number of times already, the 14th, 15th, and presently in the 19th Congress. To be recognized by my fellow legislators, whom I hold in highest regard, is something that I will always treasure. Iba-iba man ang ating pinanggaliang partido at paninindigan sa mga issue, pinatutunayan ng Senadong ito na tayo ay nagkakaisa para sa layunin na mayangat ang antas ng pamumuhay ng ating mga kababayan. And lastly, I share this commendation to all those who stood by me for their unwavering support and encouragement throughout this journey. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Wala akong kopya ng mabasahin. Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1382.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed Senate Resolution 1382 is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the resolution.
Resolution declaring as read and approved the journal of the 56th session of the Senate.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1382.
Any objection? There being none, proposed Senate Resolution number 1382 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1383.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 1383 is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the resolution.
Resolution authorizing the production and distribution of 20 printed and 100 digital copies of the Journal and Record of the Senate for the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1383.
Any objection? Hearing none. Proposed Senate Resolution number 1383 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Concurrent Resolution number 27.
Any objection? Hearing none. Proposed Senate Resolution consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 27 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure.
Concurrent resolution providing for the adjournment sine die of the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, June 11, 2025.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution number 27.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Concurrent Resolution number 27 is hereby adopted. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, in conformity with the Senate Concurrent Resolution we have just adopted, I move that the committee of the Senate, as provided therein, be composed of Senators Joel Villanueva, Alan Peter Cayetano, and Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned senators are so designated. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I believe that some of our colleagues concluding terms as we near the end of the 19th Congress. They are Senators Cynthia Villar, Grace Poe, Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay, the Minority Leader Senator Aquilino Pimentel III, and this representation, and Senator Francis Tolentino.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I withdraw the previous motion. Mr. President.
So withdrawn.
We are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreed provision of Senate Bill number 3000 and House Bill number 10270, the bills institutionalizing the career progression system for public school teachers and school leaders and appropriating funds therefore. With that, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Win Gatchalian, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Gatchalian is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as the lead conferee of the Senate panel, I have the honor of submitting for ratification a copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 3000 and House Bill number 10270, otherwise known as the Career Progression System for Public School Teachers and School Leaders Act. The Senate and the House panels have met and discussed every possible way to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. Through this proposed measure, we seek to institutionalize the career progression system for public school teachers and school leaders, aiming to promote their professional development and career advancement. It provides a structured pathway for career growth, whether in teaching or school administration, anchored on merit, competence, and professional standards. To expand advancement opportunities, the Department of Budget and Management is mandated to create new position titles for Teacher 4, Teacher 5, Teacher 6, Teacher 7, Master Teachers 5, Master Teacher 6, School Principal 5, and include the same in the Index of Occupation Services, occupational groups, classes, and salary grades. Equally important, the bill aligns salaries and benefits across teaching and school administration career lines. Under this proposed measure, a Master Teacher 2 will now have the same salaries, benefits, and other privileges as a School Principal 1. A Master Teacher 3 will be equal to School Principal 2, and Master Teacher 4 to School Principal 3, and Master Teacher 5 to School Principal 4, a Master Teacher 6 to School Principal 5. And to ensure inclusivity, the bill also mandates free support programs for those who may not initially meet the assessment standards, reaffirming that no teacher or school leader will be left behind. Mr. President, these are just among the salient features of the proposed measure. Sa kabuuan, ang panukalang ito ay higit pa sa reforma at istruktura. Isa itong pagkilala na matagal nang hinihintay ng ating public school teachers and school leaders na sa bawat pagsusumikap nila nararapat lamang na may malinaw na landas na pag-unlad. At this juncture, allow me to extend my gratitude to the co-authors of this measure, Senate President Pro Tempore Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Bong Revilla Jr., Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Mark Villar, and Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. Their unwavering dedication and advocacy for this piece of legislation were the driving forces that brought us to this pivotal moment. To my fellow conferees, Senate President Pro Tempore Jinggoy Estrada, Senate Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Bong Revilla, thank you for your invaluable contributions during the pre-bicameral conference committee meetings as we resolved several issues. I also thank Minority Leader Coco Pimentel for his contributions in refining the bill during the period of interpolation and amendment. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 3000 and House Bill number 10270 be read in toto into the record, and that the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 3000 and House Bill number 10270 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations to the author and sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to additional reference of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to comply.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading. Senate number 3006, inaugurating Third Commission on Education, EDCOM 3, strengthening and continuing the mandate of EDCOM 2 to address the national education crisis, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Senators Cayetano EP, Cayetano P, Escudero, and Villanueva.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and Finance.
Senate number 3007, an act establishing an executive legislative labor commission to identify key challenges in the labor sector, propose solutions for the establishment of a nationwide framework for living wage, and institutionalize a national labor roadmap, by Senators Cayetano EP, Cayetano P, and Escudero.
To the Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, and Finance. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader has previously inquired on the status of the proposed amendment to our rules with respect to motu proprio inquiries conducted by our committees. The Senate President was prepared to make a ruling, but upon the Minority Leader's suggestion, we deferred the ruling so that we can discuss it when among ourselves with the more members that are present on the floor. May we hear the ruling of the Senate President?
The ruling of the Chair. When Section 2 of the Rules of Procedure speaks of an inquiry initiated by a committee, it refers to the committee's decision reached by a majority of its members, not just its chairperson. The power to conduct a motu proprio inquiry finds basis under Section 2 of our Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in native legislation, which states that inquiries may be initiated by the committees on matters within its competence. Section 2, quote, initiation of inquiry. Inquiries may be initiated by the Senate or any of its committees if the matter is within its competence, or upon petition filed or upon information given by any senator or by any person not a member thereof. Thus, a decision or an action of the committee requires the approval of the majority of its members. The body is reminded that only the Blue Ribbon Committee has the inherent right to initiate inquiries in aid of legislation under Section 13B2 of the Rules of the Senate, which specifically provides that the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations has the jurisdiction to investigate, quote, any matter of public interest on its own initiative or brought to its attention by any member of the Senate. Such is the ruling of the chair on the matter raised by the minority floor leader, which was earlier discussed and acceded to by the minority leader. Majority leader.
Yes, Mr. President, after the resolutions that we passed earlier honoring our colleagues, some of our colleagues would like to pay a tribute through short manifestations. First, Mr. President, I move that Senator Joel Villanueva be recognized.
Senator Villanueva is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Sabi po ng Biblia, give honor to whom honor is due. At bilang isa sa mga maiiwan sa kalahating senador na lilisan sa bulwagang ito, nais po nating sabihin that as we close ito pong chapter ng 19th Congress, please allow me to rise in honor of our colleagues who will soon be taking their final bow in this chamber, our dear seatmates, our fellow advocates, our friends. Mr. President, as we bid farewell to some of our fellow legislators, we shall take this moment first to honor and celebrate these public servants for their contribution to this institution and their commitment to strengthening our republic. We speak of my seatmate, my kapatid, Senator Nancy Binay, our minority leader, former Senate President, my brother, Senator Coco Pimentel, our amazing grace of the Senate, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., ang idol ng bayan, Senator Francis Tolentino, and our Mama Bear, the principal of the Senate, Senator Cynthia Villar. There is a saying in the book of Proverbs, Mr. President, that reminds us all, and I quote, that the memory of the righteous is a blessing. Close quote. Today, we bless this institution in our country by remembering the service, the contributions, and the legacies of our colleagues who are completing their term. Please allow me, Mr. President, to begin with someone closest to me, both in seat and in sense of humor. Seatmate po ito at nanay de pamilya ng Senado, walang iba kundi si Senator Nancy Binay. Ate Nancy, thank you for bringing quiet strength and steady leadership to our work. You have championed mental health, inclusive education, maternity leave, and environmental protection with calm persistence and grace, even when you were dubbed yesterday as Nancy Reno. Mr. President, kung meron pong gagraduate na senador dito sa atin, si Senator Nancy, yung #1 listener nitong representasyon na ito. Alam din natin lahat na tuwing magsasalita si Sen. Nancy, inaabangan natin yung kanyang mga punchlines. Pero higit sa lahat, mas gusto nating kasama si Sen. Nancy kasi alam niya ang lahat ng behind-the-scenes stories. Your recent victory in Makati is a proof na ikaw ay tunay na pinagkakatiwalaan ng iyong mga kababayan. It's a proof of the trust you've earned through your character and competence. As you step into your new role as mayor, we're confident you lead with the same empathy and resolve. The people of Makati are in excellent hands. Mabuhay ka at naway patuloy ka pang mag-alab at mag-apoy para sa mga Makatizen, Senadora at Mayora Nancy Binay. To our Senate Minority Leader, our former Senate President, Senator Coco Pimentel, Idol, you have carried the torch of principled dissent with clarity and conviction. And it's all because you have made excellent use of your kokote. Your leadership in the minority reminded us all that progress is not just about numbers, but about principles, about standing up even if you have to do it alone. Marami akong storya sa iyo, Senator Coco, pero ang hindi ko makalimutang storya dahil alam natin pareho tayong dalawa na mayat-maya pag nilamig or uminom ng tubig, nababanyo. Number 1 naman, Mr. President, hindi number 2. At nung isang araw, magkasama po kami habang nagsasalita si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa SONA. At sa haba po ng kanyang talumpati, nagtitinginan po kami kung sino ang unang bibigay sa amin. At nagagalak po ako, Ginoong Pangulo, dahil hindi pa tapos ang SONA, nagmamadaling tumakbo si Senator Coco para magbanyo. Nangyari din po ito nung nandun kami sa Paris, Mr. President. At marami po siyang kwento na hindi ko makakalimutan. Hindi lang po siya math genius. Sa totoo naman, minsan nakakatawa din ang joke niya. Mr. President, kung akala ni Senator Coco, mamimiss natin siya, tandaan lang po niya na mas mamimiss natin si Kat, lalo na ang masarap na kare-kare niya. Senator Coco, thank you for always reminding us that a healthy democracy needs a strong, reasoned, and constructive opposition. You have surely shaped the degree and caliber of debates held in this session hall. At ako po yung isang buhay na patotoo sa iyong mga interpellations. We look forward to engaging in meaningful discourse with you in the future, perhaps not from standing behind the Senate pulpit, but as former colleagues, and more importantly, as a brother in Christ and as a good friend. And to our amazing grace here in the Senate, Senator Grace Poe, working with you has been a true honor. We stood together on measures that expanded access to critical digital and economic opportunities, from SIM Registration Act to the establishment of the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone. Thank you very much, Senator Grace, Ate Grace, for championing laws that modernize the way Filipinos live, move, and connect. It is a privilege to join you as both co-author and co-sponsor of measures that will create long-term opportunities, especially for our kababayans in the provinces. Hindi ko makalimutan at hindi ko makakalimutan nung bumisita ka sa amin sa Bulacan, kasama si Senator JV, Senator Nancy, Senator Mig, Senator Sani Angara, at sumakay tayo sa maliit na bangka doon sa San Rafael. At dahil malakas ang alon, napagtripan ka namin na ikaw ang umupo sa harap. At dahil sa lakas ng alon, ikaw ay basang-basa, kaming lahat tuyong-tuyo. At ang pinakamaganda doon, walang damit na dala si Senator Grace Poe. Kaya doon nyo po makikita kung gaano ka cowboy at kadali kasama si Senator Grace. Senator Grace Poe, hanggang ngayon, Senator Grace, hanggang ngayon, ang wish ko pa rin mapanood at mahanap na pelikula, mapanood ko na yung pelikula mong Durugin si Totoy Bato. To Senator Bong Revilla, idol, pogi ng Senado, tiyak na marami ang lubos na malulungkot at madidismaya, lalo na ang taong bayan dahil mababawasan tayong mga gwapo dito sa Senado. But kidding aside, maraming salamat sa iyo, idol, sa iyong dedikasyon para sa kapakanan ng mga estudyante at guro. Natatandaan ko yung mga committee hearings natin. We stood together hanggang dito sa plenaryo, lalo na in pushing for the No Permit, No Exam Prohibition Act, the New Philippine Passport Act, and of course, the Kabalikat sa Pagtuturo Act, a law very close to my heart. We also work hand in hand, Senator Bong, for job creation through the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. And again, hindi makakalimutan ng sambayanan. At tunay na nagpapasalamat kaming lahat for your heart for teachers, learners, and workers. Your stint as a senator of the 19th Congress will now be recorded in one of CAP's amazing stories. Kaya saludo po kami sa iyong puso para sa bayan at mamimiss ko ang mga missed calls mo at palaging pagpapadala mo ng masasarap na prutas galing sa iyong farm at ang iyong pagtuturo para ako'y maging isang ganap na farmer. Sa ating kaibigan, Senator Francis Tolentino, kung meron pong certified lifelong learner dito sa Senado, walang iba po yun kung hindi si Senator Tolentino at patunay dyan ang 3 Master of Laws degrees niya. Your work, Senator Tolentino, on maritime zones and the protection of our archipelagic integrity reflects a deep understanding of our national sovereignty and a commitment to safeguarding it. Patunay dito ang kanyang mastery, Ginoong Pangulo, sa mga mapa ng Pilipinas na dinadala niya pa rito sa plenaryo. At pag nagtuturo siya, naaalala ko ang mga boring teacher ko nung ako'y nag-aaral pa. At tingin ko po, nag-work ang law of attraction ni Tolentino dahil sa wakas, nalagay na ang West Philippine Sea sa Google Maps. Our advocacies intersected in ensuring that our people, especially our seafarers and fisherfolk, are not left behind in national conversations. Muli, maraming salamat sa iyo, Senator Tolentino, sa iyong malasakit sa bayan. Last but not the least, finally, how can I forget my ninang, Senator Cynthia Villar, ang paboritong ninang ko sa kasal? Bakit ba tuwing nakikita nyo kaming dalawa, distinguished colleagues ni Senator Cynthia, pinapaalala nyo sa kanya yung mana ko? Hindi ko ginagawa ito dahil dun. Hindi po ako nag-aalala na baka hindi na ako makapamasko sa inyo, ninang. Dahil nandito naman ang aking kinakapatid na sina Mark at Camille, no problem. We thank you, Mama Bear, for your tireless work in the agriculture and environment sectors. Ninang, napakadami kong natutunan sa iyo. Sa mga pag-upo ko, sa iyong pagdinig, sa 2 komite na ito, pati kung papanong magtimpi at kung kailan po pwede nang sumabog. At natatandaan ko po, nung binigyan ko kayo ng isang basong tubig habang medyo hindi malamig ang inyong ulo, nasabi nyo, napakabait talaga ng inaanak ko at pamamanahan ko yan. Nasa record po yan ng Senado. At makikipagpatayan po ako, Ginoong Pangulo, pagka may naghasik o nag-isip, may intensyon na tanggalin yan sa records of the Senate. Senator Villar, you have been a reliable advocate of our farmers and fisherfolk. You have done a fine job as the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and the Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change. Ninang, huwag mo kaming kalimutan imbitahin muli sa iyong farm school, para mapag-usapan na ang mga ipamamana mo sa amin. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, napakarami kong storya kay Mama Bear, kay Ninang Cynthia. Pero ang hindi ko siyempre laging makakalimutan, pagka may sakit ka dito sa Senado, pagkakain ka ng masama na yung pakiramdam mo, kakain ka pa, o hina-high blood ka na, kakain ka pa ng mga taba dyan sa lounge, sasabihin ka, hoy, hoy, bawal sa'yo yan. Hoy, hoy, uminom ka na ng gamot. Para talagang nanay po si Mama Bear dito sa Senado, kaya hindi kami masyadong naiinggit kay Senator Mark at Senator Camille. We shared common ground in championing landmark measures like New Agrarian Emancipation Act, the Philippine Salt Industry Development Act, and the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, all crucial to protecting our food security and promoting rural development. Senator Cynthia Villar, maraming salamat po also for supporting our efforts on education with your authorship of the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework Act. Your legacy, Ninang, is written not just in the laws we pass, but in every farmer and entrepreneur empowered by them. Mr. President, let me close by saying we often refer to the Senate as a deliberative body. But beyond the debates and votes, it is a community of public servants. People called to serve, chosen to lead, and remembered for how they made a difference. To our outgoing colleagues, maraming salamat. Thank you for serving the Filipino people and sharing this journey with us. Thank you for the friendships, for the laws we built together, and for the values you stood for. Your legacy lives on not just in the pages of the journal or the texts of the laws, nor in the speeches you delivered or inserted into the records, but in the lives changed, the futures opened, the good you have done quietly, faithfully, and relentlessly. Let me end by quoting Joshua chapter 1, verse 9. It says, "Dear colleagues, be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened and do not be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go." May you hold fast to the Lord, knowing that He is your guide, He is your strength, source of strength, and source of peace. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay kayo. And may God continue to bless the work of your hands wherever you are called next. Mabuhay ang Senado ng Republika ng Pilipinas.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to give her tribute and manifestation is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, together with Senator Cynthia, Senator Grace, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Nancy, Majority Leader Francis, today I rise with a grateful heart to honor a longtime friend, a colleague, and a principled leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, who at the end of this Congress concludes his term as Minority Leader. It has been one of the deepest honors of my life so far to serve in the Senate minority alongside Senator Coco. Together, we held the line during some of the most critical moments in our legislative history. And through it all, he led with calm resolve, brilliant legal acumen, and unwavering fidelity to the Constitution. Senator Coco brought incisiveness and distinction to the role of fiscalizer. He asked the hard questions when others chose silence, whether scrutinizing the national budget with precision or boldly raising constitutional doubts on the passage of the Maharlika Investment Fund. He reminded us that loyalty to the people and to the law must always trump political expediency. And just last night, we bore witness to another defining moment of this Senate and of Senator Coco's steadfast leadership when this chamber finally acted on the impeachment complaint against the Vice President. It was Senator Coco who stood firm in reminding the Senate of its constitutional duty. While the minority and other colleagues did not succeed in preventing the remanding to the House of the impeachment complaint, let the record show that when history knocked on the door of the Senate, he did not flinch. He answered it with courage and clarity. In all these, I see the enduring legacy of his father, the late Senate President Aquilino Nene Pimentel Jr., a patriot who, in 2001, chose to resign rather than be complicit in the refusal to open a piece of evidence in another impeachment trial. Senator Coco has carried that torch of integrity forward, fearlessly, faithfully, and humbly. To you, Senator Coco, salamat kaayo. Thank you for being a voice of principle in the noise. Thank you for being a patient but firm partner and leader in the minority. Thank you for reminding us that the strength of our democracy lies not in numbers, as said by one of our colleagues who spoke earlier, but in ethical clarity. The Senate just won't be the same without you. But I have no doubt that wherever your road next leads, you will continue to be a servant of the people and a steward of our democracy. Mabuhay ka, Senator Coco. Padayon at maraming salamat. Salamat, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to give his manifestation and tribute is Senator Mark Villar. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Mark Villar is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd like to rise to, of course, give my thanks to all those graduating colleagues. As a neophyte senator, I've learned so much from you, and it's been an honor to serve with all of you, Sen. Nancy Binay, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Coco Pimentel. I wish we could have served longer. I've learned so much, and if I had another 3 years, I would be much richer for it if we were able to spend together. But you consider me as a friend, and you'll always have my support and my admiration. Thank you. And of course, I'd like to also give a special tribute to my mother, and I'm standing here today. I would be remiss if I did not say a few words for my mother. Alam ko naman na siya po yung mother bear ng Senado, but she is my mother. For me, she's mama. And she's been a significant part of the upper chamber since she first took office in 2013. For more than a decade, she's been a pillar of the Senate, advancing cross-sectional interests for the development of the Filipino nation. Senator Cynthia, or I call her Mama, has chaired the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Senate Committee on Environment and Natural Resources since 2013 and until now. Besides pursuing and enacting relevant laws, she also led numerous initiatives to empower farmers, among which is the establishment of TESDA-accredited farm schools, which have so far reached over 2,367 all over the country. Through her work, she has made possible various programs and advocacies that uplifted the conditions of farmers and fisher folk. My mother has worked her way through her years here at the Senate, brick by brick, building up the foundation of opportunities that continuously bolster the conditions of Filipinos till this day. Being known as Mrs. Hanep Buhay, she has also pioneered programs and activities in our beloved Las Piñas for struggling constituents who are in need in terms of securing support to jumpstart their livelihoods. To this day, her initiatives have benefited thousands of Las Piñeros and Filipinos from across the country. And I'd just like to say I'm very honored to share the wisdom of my mother to the Filipino people. And if I can share with everyone the passion, I admire her passion for her work, especially in agriculture. Linggo-linggo po, yun ang topic namin sa aming mga lunch, sa aming mga family lunch. At marami po akong natututunan sa mga lunches namin tungkol sa agrikultura. And I can say that I am an expert just by listening to my mother and her opinions about how to improve our agriculture. And I can say that the moves, the legislation that she has done in this chamber will reverberate through many generations of Filipinos. And for that, I have the highest respect. And I think to be able to serve in this chamber with your mother is a very unique honor. I think Senator Jinggoy knows the feeling siguro dahil kasama mo rin ang mother mo sa Senate. But it's a very unique, yes, it's a very unique experience. And I'd just like to say that, Mom, it's been an honor for me to serve here for the past 3 years. I learned so much from you, and I hope it's my ambition that I can have the same effect in terms of legislation that you have made in this chamber. So I will always follow your lead, and with what I've learned from you, I'll carry on your legacy here in the Senate. So thank you, Mama, for always supporting me, and you have all my respect and all my love and all my admiration. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Mark Villar. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senators Rafi Tulfo, Bato de la Rosa, and Bongo would like their manifestations be inserted in the records.
Duly noted and so ordered. Majority Leader.
And also our Senate President Pro Tempore, his
Duly noted and entered into the records.
last
Majority Leader.
to make a manifestation is Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of the words I have prepared for our colleagues have already been mentioned by our other colleagues because obviously we have all been together. So to a large extent, we have similar experiences with our colleagues. But I'm going to just mention a few, and I will also insert my entire manifestation into the record. So for Senator Tol, as I think it's Senator Joel who aptly mentioned that we call him the professor. Mas nerd ako sa'yo, so I appreciated it more. Lumalabas pa ako para makinig kasi minsan wala na sa inyong nakikinig, so nakatutok ako doon na nakikinig. But I think, I don't know which title goes best, na the professor or that he forgets he's the majority floor leader, because as people who work in the Senate know, the job of the majority floor leader is to move along the deliberations. And when the Senate President assures me na, huwag ka na mag-alala, hindi na magtatanong to, isa na lang tatanong nito, magtatanong ang majority floor leader who has experienced that. Itaas po ang inyong kamay. Okay, we love you, Tol, pero we love you. To Senator Coco, sabi mo nga, you're an introvert, you are a nerd. We know that. And I think nakatulong naman kami, no? I'm also an introvert, so I think nakatulong naman kami to bring out the best of you. Nawala na yung asawa mo, sasabihin ko, sana pasalamat ka naman sa amin kasi nakatulong naman yata kami sa iyong people skills, no? But it has been an honor to be a part of the senators who made sure that you will be here in the Senate with us. I truly enjoyed a lot of our debates. I tell my kids that I geek out on the legal work that we have been trained to do, and you are one of those who have really, aside from, of course, your father, my seatmate, the father of our colleague, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Miriam, but you are worthy of the name Pimentel because your father was my seatmate, and many times you and I, because my wonderful brother, our wonderful Senate President, as Senator Grace has said, are sometimes unicorns. So, tayong naiiwan mga senador, tayo naiiwan mga senator lawyers na tinatry natin mapaayos ang ating crafting of laws, and in fairness, to always make it easy for the people to understand. So I thank you for that. I thank you for that. Senator Mayor Nancy Binay, I join our colleagues in saying that behind that quiet demeanor is a lot of strength and sincerity and a lot of hours that you have put in attending all of these hearings. I would sometimes come during budget hearings, and we all come at different times, and you always updated me on the most in fairness, hindi yung chika yung ikukwento ko. She would always update me on very controversial issues that required 3 hours of hearing, pero 10 minutes or 1 minute worth lang ang laman nun. Tas she would update me on that. And I always was in awe that you had the patience to sit through those hearings and then concise 3 hours in 30 seconds for me. So thank you for that. We've shared many common advocacies, and I think just a few days ago, I delivered the bicameral, what do you call it? report. And I mentioned that we made sure, the bicameral report on the Virology Institute, and we made sure that the role of our ITM is secure there, because that is something that you and I fought against. We fought against the creation of a Virology Institute that would eradicate our ITM from as an institution, and we wanted to make sure it stayed, and we did that successfully. I wish you all the best, and I mentioned to your husband that perhaps he and my brother, Senator Alan, can create a Senate spousal committee for the not just cordial, but best relationship that Makati and Taguig can ever have. To Senator Grace Poe, I'm also grateful for the many years of partnership on many issues, the last of which during the term that she chaired the Committee on Finance and I was the Vice Chair. We worked together on many health, education, women and children's issues. I am proud to ensure that a foundling was considered a Filipino senator. I am proud that we have been able to work together on many legislation that are protecting the most vulnerable, and who else would not be as vulnerable as a child that is born either without known parents or with known parents who leave them behind. So thank you also for the inspiration. And we leave on, from foundling, we go to animal welfare, and I promise to keep up the work that you have started. And I wish you also all the best. To Senator Bong, my kabatch, we have been together since 2004, many years. I'd like to say, mas mukha pa naman akong bata kaysa sayo. Part of my, I'm sometimes introduced as the youngest ever elected female senator. It would be the youngest ever elected senator, if not for Bong, who is 6 months younger than me, kaya female senator. The youngest is no other than my batchmate, Senator Bong Revilla. It is true what so many of us have said. He always comes with a light heart, with good words for all of us. And we only hope and pray that you continue to share this brightness with everyone. Thank you for the very meaningful legislation that you passed in the last few years. And to Tita Cynthia. Tita Cynthia, I had so many interesting stories, pero parang mas bagay siya off the record na lang. Off the record na lang, doon na lang sa group chat. Abangan nyo. Abangan nyo. A lot of them include Senator Sani Angara also. A lot of them kasi was during our last campaign together. So, off the record na lang yon, pero suffice it to say that, wala na si Mark. Mark, you have a very interesting mother who has also become a mother to all of us. And truly, truly admirable, Tita Cynthia, your passion, conviction for the environment, for the farmers, conservation, and for that, you will always be an inspiration to us. Finally, I just want to acknowledge the leadership of our Senate President, Chis Escudero. Thank you so much for shepherding us through. Many people don't realize the difficult decisions we have to make, and it is because you have a Senate President who makes those tough decisions, who carries the weight of those, the political impact of those decisions, the criticism, and we thank you for that. We thank also Senator Jinggoy Estrada, our Senate President Pro Temp, for all the support that he's also given the Chamber, and to all our leadership, combined leadership of everyone here. To the minority group, again, Senator Coco, Deputy Minority Floor Leader Senator Riza, and to our Secretariat and all our staff. Maraming salamat po to all of you. God bless you all. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, last but not the least, to make our manifestation and tribute is Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Legarda is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is with deep respect that I rise to co-sponsor the resolutions before us, honoring our distinguished colleagues for their dedicated service and invaluable contributions to the Senate as they conclude their terms in the 19th Congress. To be elected to serve in this chamber is a great and challenging feat, but to depart with integrity, with dignity, and the legacy that strengthens the Republic is a far greater achievement. Much can be said about Senator Grace Poe's stellar performance in the Senate, where we have collaborated countless times, yet beyond that, we share a deep history. I admired her father, my running mate, Fernando FPJ Jr., and stood by him during the challenging 2004 presidential campaign when we faced the Filipino people and offered what we could. Needless to state, fate has been kind to us Filipinos that while we never saw an FPJ presidency, we were blessed with the next best thing in the dedicated service of Senator Grace Poe. Thank you for your service, Senator Poe. To Senator Cynthia Villar, working alongside you in championing environmental protection has been a privilege. As you conclude your term, I want to personally thank you for standing firm on safeguarding our protected areas and speaking out against activities that threaten our coasts and marine life. Your dedication has left a lasting mark on all of us. I wish you continued purpose and success as you take on new journeys beyond the Senate. Senator Bong Revilla, thank you for your years of service in the Senate and for your support that you've extended to measures we have jointly pursued, promoting environmental protection, disaster resilience, and for the welfare of teachers and education. Your contributions to the work of this chamber have been part of our collective effort to serve the Filipino people. Thank you once again, and may your future work continue to benefit the Filipino. Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, your leadership as Minority Leader reminds us that a senator's duty goes beyond endorsing measures that we support. It's about ensuring every proposal is rigorously examined against the Constitution, laws, sound policy, reason, and purpose. The 19th Congress owes much to the minority's steadfast vigilance. Without your tireless scrutiny and principled challenges, we risk passing laws that fall short of serving the people. Thank you for championing thorough deliberation and upholding the integrity of our legislative process. I wish you continued strength and wisdom in all that you do. Senator Francis Tolentino's contributions to the 19th Congress have been immeasurable, from his tireless leadership of the majority during deliberations to his steadfast defense of pivotal laws critical to our national territory and security. His dedication has been instrumental in advancing measures that safeguard our sovereignty and benefit the Filipino people. Thank you, Senator Tol. We wish you were here, and best wishes as you embark on your next chapter. And to my BFF, seatmate Nancy, I thank you for your years of dedicated service as a senator. While we part as colleagues here in the Senate, I'm proud and excited for your next chapter as mayor of Makati. You've always brought a thoughtful and grounded perspective to the Senate and consistently championed the welfare of women, children, the elderly, families, and your work in tourism, in heritage preservation and culture, and social services, and many more, as well as inclusive policies, reflects a deep sense of public duty and integrity. Ba't mo ako pinapaiyak? I'm so happy that you will continue to serve the people right in your home in Makati, and I wish you wisdom courage, and joy in this new role. I agree with Pia that it was not just Marites stories, but really much, much more. Sino na ang katabi ko ng 6 na taon na magre-report sa akin araw-araw ng mga pangyayaring hindi ko alam at malalaman? Dahil in a way, I'm an introvert, believe it or not, like the minority leader. Anyway, as some of you, my colleagues, close this chapter, may you carry forward the same passion and integrity that marked your service in this chamber. The term of an elective office will end, but the heart of a public servant endures beyond any farewell. My dear colleagues, congratulations, and we wish you well.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, likewise, my manifestation be inserted in the records, but quickly, if I may be allowed, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed.
Anyway, of course, it's hard to say goodbye to some of our colleagues that have been together for a long time, some of which are my batchmates. But just quickly, just like to, first of all, our minority leader, Senator Pimentel III, whom I've known since our JC days around 1995, 96. Naka-shorts pa nga daw ako. But he was one of our officers in our organization. So matagal na yung pinagsamahan po namin. And I'm proud to see him really blossom into one of the more diligent senators. You know, we miss Franklin Drilon as our minority leader because he really improves our legislations, no? Talagang napakagaling si Senator Franklin Drilon. But I'm proud that my kumpare, my friend, my JCI brother has stepped into the shoes of Franklin Drilon quite well, being the minority leader. Pare, I'm very proud of you, proud of how you have shown what JCI leadership is in our JCI training. So I know that you will be back soon. I'm hoping that the Senate will miss you. But again, I'm proud of what you have done for the institution. To Senator Bong Revilla, wala na siya dito, pero being one of the superstars, pero one of the nicest persons, no, that that I have encountered and I met with the Senate. And thank you for serving and always upholding the interests of the masses. Paring Bong, nandito lang kami. To Mama Bear, Tita Cynthia, Senator Cynthia, of course. Bagamat para siyang principal minsan, but tulad ni Sen Pia, marami tayong mga istorya na mas mabuting tayo na lang mag-usap. Na nakakatuwa, no, yung kanyang mga remarks, and but she is really like a mother to us, no? Very caring, no, kahit na akala natin masungit na parang principal, but deep inside she's like a mother to us. To Senator Nancy, of course, my batchmate, we will truly miss you. You have blossomed also as a legislator na talaga dati nga, sabi mo nga, para ka you're like a laughing stock, pinagtitripan ng iba, but you have shown that you are one of the more sensible politicians, one of the more sensible senators around, lot of common sense, grounded, and we will truly miss you. But I know that sana iimbitay mo kami sa Makati, no? Bilang inyong bagong mayora, and I'm very proud of what you have done. And she's the walking almanac, no? Na pag saan kami mag-travel, alam niya lahat. And we will miss you here, but we will visit you in the Makati. Sana pakainin mo kami doon. Wag naman sa kantin. Sana na kami kay Vice President Binay. Sana naman mag-level up ka na. And of course, last but not the least, my kinakapatid, Senator Grace Poe. We will truly miss you, kapatid. You know, we were not so close before, but when I went, nung nakabalik po ako din sa Kongreso, dito sa Senado, I have really respected her. One of the brightest, no? Talagang yung Amazing Grace really fits you well, kapatid. And Nakakamiss to, Mr. President, kasi yung aking mga jokes, nakakatuwan mo hindi, talagang pag humalakak siya, tuwan-tuwa siya kahit ano sabihin ko. Salamat, kapatid. Tuwan-tuwa yan sa lahat. But we will miss you, kapatid Grace, and you have done well. I'm sure that Ninong Rani, Ninang Susan, I'm so proud of you looking down here on us. I'm sure that they are very proud of you there in heaven. Proud na proud po. I'm sure they are very, very proud of you. With that, Mr. President, we are in receipt of Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2816 and House Bill number 11287. The bill setting the term of office of barangay officials and Sangguniang Kabataan and for other purposes. With that, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Amy R. Marcos, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senator Marcos is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. As a result of the bicameral conference on the term of office of barangay officials and members of the Sangguniang Kabataan, I have the honor to submit a copy of the Conference Committee report with the joint explanation on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2116 entitled An Act Setting the Term of Office of Barangay Officials and Members of the Sangguniang Kabataan for Other Purposes, and House Bill number 11287 entitled An Act Fixing the Term of Office of Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan Officials and Changing the Period of Office from 3 years to 6 years, amending for this purpose Sections 42 and 43 of Republic Act 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991 as amended. After much debate and yes, virtual on-the-mat wrangling, may I share the salient points in its final form. Pasensya po, SKL, share ko lang. 4 na taon, uupo ang ating mga barangay officials para sa termino na hindi hihigit na 3 beses in the same position. Ayun. Pagkatapos, yung mga SK officials, iisang termino lamang in the same position din. Pagkatapos, ang nakatakda na susunod na regular barangay and SK elections ay sa unang Lunes ng Nobyembre 2026 and every 4 years thereafter. Doon po tayo nagkasundo at maraming salamat at sa wakas na-postpone din. Sana'y matuloy na nga ang BARM election sa Oktubre. Mr. President, I now move that we approve and ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill as stated 2816 and House Bill 11287 on the term of office of barangay officials and the members of the Sangguniang Kabataan. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2816 and House Bill number 11287 is hereby approved and ratified. Congratulations to the sponsor and authors. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Committee Report number 136 on the revenues generated by the government from the Philippine Offshore Gaming Operations or POGO. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, resumption of consideration of Committee Report number 136 is now in order. Majority Leader.
Having sponsored the report and there being no reservation for interpellation nor proposed amendment on the measure, I move that we approve the recommendations in the Committee Report number 136. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, Committee Report number 136 is hereby approved and adopted. Congratulations to the sponsor and author.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1380.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of resolution number 1380 is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure.
Resolution commending Senate President Francis Cheese G. Escudero for exemplary leadership and exceptional performance during the 3rd regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1380.
Any objection? Hearing none, resolution number 1380 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the chamber is now ready to hear the closing statement from the chair.
Dito lang. Maikli lang naman. Bago makarating si Amiron, tapos na ako eh. Sa atin pong lahat, isang maganda at pinagpalang gabi. Tulad ng sinabi ko, maikli lamang ang aking magiging talumpati dahil halos nasabi naman na ang lahat ng pasasalamat kanina, nabanggit na lahat ng papuri kanina. Lahat ng mga magagandang salita ay ginawad na sa mga miyembrong lilisan at mananatili dito. Naanggin na rin lahat ng panukalang batas na pinasa natin, kaya wala na ako mababanggit. Kaya hayaan nyo na lamang magpasalamat ako sa bawat isa sa inyo sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay na maikling talumpati upang sa gayon makauwi at makapagpahinga na ang bawat isa, lalo na ang ating staff at ang secretariat dahil nitong nakaraang 2 linggo, hindi may kakaila na bugbog tayo sa trabaho, bugbog tayo sa labas, bugbog pa rin tayo sa mga tigaloob dito. Kaya gusto ko ang mga oras tulad nito kung saan nagbibigay tayo ng mga magagandang talumpati. Kahapon lamang, maanghang na salita, nagpalitan tayo ng maanghang na salita. Pero ngayon, tila wala tayong ginawang mali sa isa't isa. Maging ganun pa man, Senator Coco, pinapatawad na kita. Lahat ng panimulang interpellation ni Senator Coco, naiinis ako, pero pag natapos siya, may punto naman talaga at naging mas matalino ako pagkatapos nun. Malaya na ang staff mo, Senator Coco, na makakauwi ng mas maaga mula bukas. Ang babanggitin ko na lamang yung mga nandito. Senator Nancy, ikaw dapat ang gumamit ng tagline ni Senator Mark Villar dahil ikaw sa totoo lang andito sa Senado, ang tahimik lang. Kaya ka siguro BFF ni Senator Lauren, ikaw lang hindi nagrereklamo tuwing pinapatay niya yung aircon. Kay Senator Bong, mami-miss ko ang lahat ng ating pag-uusap at usapan sa loungeman o sa plenaryo, higit at lalo pa kaugnay ng mga payo mo, kung paano tiyakin na mahal ako at mamahalin ako ng pamilya ko. Maraming salamat. Kay Senator Grace, I think I will miss you the most. Hindi dahil may kailangan ako sa iyo, pero wala nang mangungulit sa akin. I remember, nung una kang pumasok sa Senado, payat ka pa nun. Ngayon, mas payat ka na. As Senator JV said earlier, I think your father will be proud of you. I met your dad first before I met you. I met your mom second before I met you. And I think they will both be proud of what you've accomplished and will continue to accomplish beyond your term here in the Senate. Isang bagay na naman po ang sasabihin ko, lahat ng panukalang batas, resolusyon, committee report na naipasa natin ay dahil sa tulong at pagpahintulot ng bawat isa sa atin. Hindi lamang ng author, ng sponsor, ng may akda, kundi kabilang higit pa ang mga walang pangalan at muka na walang pinangungunahang honorable ang mga pangalan, pero sa totoo lang, mas malaki ang papel na ginampanan nila para maipasa ang mga panukalang batas, resolusyon at committee report na ito. At yan ay ang Senate Secretary at lahat ng empleyado ng Senado. Bigyan po natin sila ng pagkilala. Nitong nagdaang mga linggo, naging masalimut ang ating pinagdaan daan at naniniwala ako na sa mga susunod na buwan at linggo, hindi magbabago yan at magpapatuloy pa rin yan. Subalit, ang paniniwala ko ay ito, hindi tayo dapat tinitingnan depende sa kung sino ang binoto natin noong nagdaang eleksyon. That does not in any way define us and that should not define us in any way. Bawat isang miyembro, buo ang aking tiwala na nasa isip at nasa puso niya ang mataas na interes ng ating bansa at maganda at maayos na kapakanan para sa ating mga kababayan. Kailanman, hindi ko pinagdudahan yon. At sana, kapag tinitingnan natin ang bawat isa sa bulwagang ito, kapag pinapakinggan natin ang bawat isa sa mga salitang sinasambit sa bulwagang ito, kailanman huwag nating isiping may iba siyang iniisip o motibo dahil bawat isa sa atin ay pantay at parehas lamang dito sa bulwagang ito, matagal man o bago. Bilang panghuling salita, malaking oras ang hiniling na ng bansa at ng bayan at ng ating mga kababayan mula sa mga miyembro ng Senadong ito sa nagdaang 3 taon, sa nagdaang 6 na taon, sa nagdaang 12 taon para sa iba o higit pa. Maraming salamat sa inyong serbisyo. Thank you for your service. When I bid goodbye and bid farewell to the Senate in 2019 when I ran for governor, I said I will not say goodbye. I will not say goodbye to those who will not cross over to the 20th Congress unlike the impeachment. Instead, I will say, I will see you again. Hindi ako magpapaalam sa inyo. Ang sasabihin ko, hanggang sa muli nating pagkikita. Do not be strangers. We are just here. May dala man kayong folder o wala, andito pa rin kami. Mabigay man namin yung nilalaman ng folder o hindi, sana nakangiti pa rin kayo. And I look forward to working with you in government, in the Senate, and anywhere in the name and in the service of the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po sa inyo at sa ating lahat. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that all pending matters under the calendar for ordinary business be sent to the archives. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Huh?
Mr. President, I move that the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines on the part of the Senate be adjourned sine die.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. By virtue of the authority vested in me, I hereby declare the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines on the part of the Senate adjourned sine die.